Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, Leader. Honorable Senators of Communication, as you are aware, on Tuesday, 29th March 2022, I issued a communication conveying the decision of the Senate Business Committee on the application of Part XX1XA of the standing orders regarding hybrid/virtual plenary sittings. The effect of the communication suspended hybrid virtual plenary sittings with effect from today, 31st March 2022. Honorable Senators, owing to the urgency and importance of the business scheduled this afternoon, and notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate Business Committee that I have alluded to this afternoon, I have again consulted the Senate Business Committee pursuant to Standing Order number 251A, 1A. I therefore direct that this afternoon plenary sittings will be hybrid. This will enable senators out of town who did not get my communication in time to participate in today's plenary sittings. I thank you. Okay, I have another communication. Take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Ledama. Okay, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Machakos and ICT Authority. The delegation consists of officers from Records Management Department and ICT Department of the County Assembly of Machakos and ICT Department ICT Authority, who are undertaking a fact-finding visit on the implementation of e-Parliament system. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are 1, Paul Kelly, Records Management Officer, Machakos County. 2, Bernard Mutua, ICT Officer, Machakos County. 3, Mr. Kenneth Magua, ICT Officer, ICT Authority. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegation to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of the visit. I thank you. Senator Haji Farhia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to join you in congratulating the delegation from Machakos for coming here to benchmark with the Senate, because Senate, as we know, is of high standard with a lot of professionals, the highest number of senior councils in Kenya, the house that accommodates them, Mr. Speaker. And I also wish to tell them that they have elected a senator who is a super senator, who does her business very well, tackles the issue of governance of Machakos County very well. So I wish them all the best and urge them to ensure that they campaign for their senator to come back for another term so that she can finish the business that she has started. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musurube.
For the opportunity, and I want to thank the delegation from Machakos that has come to benchmark on issues of ICT and benchmarking. Actually, the world has gone e-communication, and it's a good thing for them to do the fact-finding and see how also it can cascade to the county assemblies. And I also want to thank the Senator Machakos for doing a good job in this house. The people of Machakos should know that they really have a senator who represents them very well, and I'm happy that they've found time to come and be with us. Welcome, all of you. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Halake Abshiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join you in welcoming the Machakos delegation that is here to benchmark on ICT matters. as the Vice Chairperson of the ICT Committee, I'd like to welcome them and to alert them to a few other things other than e-Parliament. While e-Parliament is very, very important and touches on our own work and the work of the assemblies, one of the most important things and one of the most citizen-facing thing is the Universal Service Fund and the projects that Universal Service Fund is supposed to make sure that the counties start implementing. Universal Service Fund, as at of last count, was going to some 10 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. And these are funds that are given by telecommunications companies as part of the profit for infrastructure in hard-to-reach places. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the County Assembly and the government of Machakos and other governments, our local governments, to ensure that Universal Service Fund projects are well accounted for, especially at the primary oversight level. We are supposed to have everywhere by now covered by at least the basic 2G communication, and this communication is still not, especially in Isiolo County, places like Gotu, places like Leparwa, places like Com are cut off the... Mr. Speaker, there's too much consultation.
Let's consult in low tones so that we can hear what Senator Abshiro is saying.
Thank you very much for protecting me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Universal Service Fund was designed for hard-to-reach infrastructure, and in places like Isiolo, for instance, Mr. Speaker, even the basic 2G does not cover a lot of places. Places like Gotu, places like Com, places like Leparwa, parts of Oldonyiro, and parts of even very close to Isiolo town itself, beyond just in radius of 100 kilometers, we don't have even the basic 2G. So I would encourage them, even as they benchmark with e-Parliament, to also look at accountability and primary oversight of the Universal Service Fund. We as the ICT Committee are on this. We are going to make sure that before the end of the life of this government, of this Parliament, these places that have not been reached by even the basic 2G, especially given that this is the year of elections, that these places are covered to the ground, every ground that is available. Mr. Speaker, there are also school projects that they need to look at. School projects, the computer program, Computers for School, is also part of the project that should have been covered by the Universal Service Fund. Universal Service Fund is administered by the Communications Authority, and therefore at the local level, the primary oversight should also look at these things and ensure that the things that are facing the citizens are also looked at, even as we benchmark for e-Parliament and other things that are going to be for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, again, the ICT is going to be the backbone of our democratic governance. The efficiency with which our elections are going to be conducted is going to be determined by the access and quality of the ICT infrastructure and ICT backbone that we have. Again, people in places like Isiolo County should not be disadvantaged because there's no basic infrastructure for communication in place ahead of the elections, Mr. Speaker. So all these things are things we at the committee are looking at. These are things that we're going to be holding our executive to account, but I'd urge the people of Machakos who are here today, that are here to benchmark, to also look at these things as well and help us, because you're our ears and eyes on the ground. And additionally, for the people of Machakos, congratulations on empowering women and for electing a woman as your senator. She's done for you a great job, as you've been told by all the other senators. And I'd like to also add my voice and say that you're well represented. And please just continue to ensure that good leadership, as provided by women, is upheld, and you continue to give women the chance you've given them already. I thank you, I welcome you, but I also urge you to look at these things that are facing our electorate and these things that are facing the common mwananchi. Karibuni.
Senator Wambua Enoch.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join you and my colleagues in welcoming the delegation from Machakos Mr. Speaker, to thank you for allowing the delegation to visit and sit at the Speaker's gallery, not at the public gallery. Mr. Speaker, we thank you for that honor bestowed on the visiting delegation and the people of the Lower Eastern region. And to the visiting delegation, Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell them that it is good that they have chosen to benchmark in the Senate, but it will be also important for them to extend this benchmarking exercise to other institutions of governance that are ICT related. That way, they will be able to help the Assembly legislate in a manner that adds value to the great people of Machakos. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank them for being part of the electorate that put in place, elected Senator Kavindu into this Senate, and ask them that when that opportunity is presented to them again, they should do better than they did in the last elections. So, Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Mudhama, Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my fellow senators in welcoming the delegation from Machakos. You're most welcome as you benchmark in this Senate. And thank you for electing me as your senator. You've heard that you did well. And I'm being whispered here also by my fellow senators asking me why you came only men and there's no one woman there. So next time, make sure you have a lady with you. I want to say that ICT is what will make everything work and work very well in our country, and not only in our country, worldwide. And I want to thank you for coming to benchmark. And as the rest of the senators have said, you better also do it elsewhere where you can also learn something and see what you can go and implement in our good county of Machakos that will benefit our country, our people of Machakos. You are most welcome. And when you go back, pass my regards also. As you continue also with the campaigns, I also ask you to re-elect me to come back in this Senate and continue working for and serving the people of Machakos through the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, mimi ningependa kujiunga na wewe kwa mchana wa leo kwa kuwakaribisha wale wangwana ambao ni wafanyikazi katika jimbo la kaunti ya Machakos. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kuwakaribisha pia mimi na kuambia kwamba hapa ndio kina cha maelezo ama kina cha ile experience yote ambayo mnahitaji kuijua. Mkija hapa mtatoka mkiwa mmeelimika kisawasawa, na ninatumaini ya kwamba yale yote ambayo mmejifundisha, Bwana Spika, yataenda kwa muda mrefu sana kusaidia watu wa Kilifi County, watu wa Machakos County. Cha mwisho ni kwamba Bwana Spika, nataka kuwapatia kongole watu wa Machakos kwa kuonyesha mfano wa kwamba mwanamke pia anaweza kuchaguliwa akawa kiongozi. Nasema mwanamke kwa sababu ni jinsia ya maumbile ya binadamu. Bwana Spika, Mama Kavindu, kama tunavyoelewa hapa ndani ya Senate, ni mama mshupavu, ni seneta ambaye anajihusisha katika kila hali, na kila akiwa hapa cha muhimu yeye anakuwa anaongea mambo ya Machakos kisawasawa na kutetea kaunti yake ya Machakos. Kwa hiyo mlifanya vizuri sana kumchagua mama mshupavu ambaye anaweza kuwawakilisha ndani ya bunge la Senate kisawasawa. Hivi sasa ikiwa tunaendelea katika mambo ya uchaguzi, ningewauliza watu wa Machakos wenyewe wakiongozwa na nyinyi kama viongozi, wafanyikazi wa huko, wananchi wanaoishi ndani ya Machakos, ya kwamba si jambo la kushtua sana ikiwa mama atapata nafasi katika uchaguzi utakaofuata kuchaguliwa tena. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema tu asanteni sana kwa kuja hapa, na nafikiria yale mambo yote mliojifundisha hapa yatakwenda kwa muda kusaidia kaunti ya Machakos. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Ledamo Rekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wakamba Mwaseo. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to welcome.
Yes, Senator Mazayo. What is it?
Bwana Spika, singependelea kabisa kumuingilia ndugu yangu katikati, kwa sababu sote tunasema kongole kwa wale waliokuja kutoka Machakos, lakini ametumia sijui ni mistari gani ya Kizungu, manake sikuelewa kama ni Kizungu ama kama ni Kiswahili ama kama ni Kimasai. Bila alikuwa akisema kwamba nataka Kimasai kisajiliwe hapa pia, lakini ameongea katika lugha ambayo sikuifahamu. Sijui kama hiyo ni sawa ama si sawa. Nataka kama anaweza kufafanua kisawa sawa. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Yes, Ledama, sorry, I was consulting with Senator Wambua. I never had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was welcoming my brothers from Machakos, and I spoke in Kikamba, because Kikamba is one of the languages that we speak in this country. And I think with time, we'd be able to appreciate our diversity in this country and stop this issue of neocolonialism.
Senator Bogisho, there's an intervention.
Yes, on a point of order, Speaker, is the Senator for Narok in order? Is he in order, Mr. Speaker, to use a language that is not allowed as a parliamentary language by our standing orders, Speaker?
His order, Senators. He's totally out of order. Standing order number 87-1, proceedings to be, 87, proceedings to be in Kiswahili, English, or Kenyan Sign Language. All proceedings of the Senate shall be conducted in Kiswahili, English, or Kenyan Sign Language. So that is not one of those that you used. So, just withdraw it. There's no need of.
Speaker, respectfully, before I withdraw that sentence, 87.2 states as follows: a senator who begins a speech in any language and the language provided for the under paragraph 2(1) shall continue in the same language until the conclusion of the senator's speech. Mr. Speaker, greetings. When I spoke,
Order, Senator. Order, Senator. You cannot justify a wrong. Just withdraw and let's save this house time.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate, and with respect, I hope that in time we will allow every single ethnic group, every language in this country to be spoken here. But because the standing order says otherwise, I respectfully withdraw. But greetings should not be considered as if it's a speech. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome my dear brothers from Ukambani. And on behalf of the people of Narok, I thank you for coming to the Senate to be able to witness and to be able to benchmark and to learn how we do things here. I do hope that you can use technology to be able to change how, not only how things are done in the County Assembly of Machakos, but also how we move our people from poverty. We in Azimio are proponents of encouraging people to be given small tokens on a monthly basis of 6,000 shillings. And I think that money, used wisely through technology, they can be able to change how people live their life. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are asking questions as to when we are going to be able to use technology across the entire 47 counties. I think the people of Machakos can take a leaf from the Senate proceedings, the Hansard, and also borrow from other counties. There are counties like maybe Mombasa, other counties like makwiny, even counties like Nakuru, which are a little bit advanced in terms of technology. And I think when we are able to learn from each other, we're also able to leapfrog. So on behalf of the people of Narok, I welcome you, and I encourage you to use whatever you learn from here to advise the legislators in the Machakos Assembly to be able to continue also advancing technology among their constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bogisho, you want to? Okay.
Speaker, just to join my colleagues and yourself, Speaker, in welcoming the delegations from Machakos and ICT. Also, Mr. Speaker, just to encourage the use at this moment of the benchmarking provision that has been here before. The fact that we for a long time could not have anybody in the galleries, and now we've been able to open up the galleries for these visits. It's very important that our first visitors are from Machakos. And the proud senator from Machakos is here, smiling very much, Mr. Speaker. She has done a good job since coming here, although she feels like she has not served the 5 years. I think she deserves the next five years. Speaker, and I want to ask the people of Machakos to be considerate of that. I know that she has done a good job here. So for you who are going back to Machakos, please take a good report about your own senator. The ICT authority and who are here, I want for you to know that as your former minister myself, I know what you are capable of doing. I know that this country could be on the cutting edge of technology due to you, and I know that you have a long way to go, but by the time that we get coverage, we get ICT solutions for this country, we ask that you continue to work hard and make this country a hub of ICT. So I want to say welcome, and encourage many of you to keep coming to the Senate. This is a place that you can promote a lot of your work by just coming to visit in the Senate and making sure that you give senators the correct information on how far we've gone in terms of ICT development. So I want to say karibu, or thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude here by saying that today, I want to see, Mr. Speaker, members of senators, Mr. Speaker, from all the counties join in. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are joining in to join in now, because we have business to do. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I wish to draw your attention to the supplementary order paper. That's the one we are using now. So next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Senator Charles Kibiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 31st March 2022. A report of Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Kibiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looks like today is my day, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of motion. I beg to give notice of motion that notice of the following motion: that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 1st, 2022, and that pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate, Standing Orders approves the mediated version of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Johnson Maruma. Don't see him, is dropped. Maruma is dropped. Maruma. Senator George Haniri.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Arise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, number 48, paragraph 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the obsolete technology used by the Kenya Meteorological Department, that's the Met Department. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, number 1, explain why the Met Department has been broadcasting unreliable weather forecasts. Number 2, elaborate on the type and age of the equipment the Met Department uses to capture weather information for forecasting and how long it has been in use. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, elucidate whether the Met Department has procured any new equipment in the recent past, giving a description of the type of equipment so procured. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, state with reasons whether or not such equipment, if any, has been put to use. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Wambua.
Speaker, I thank you, and I want to take this opportunity to really thank my brother, my colleague, Senator George, for coming up with that statement. Speaker, unbeknown to many people, weather news and information around weather across the world is very, very important news. Senator Ledama Olekina, I have seen him look at me when I say that because I know he knows what I'm talking about. The Speaker, in the developed world, people make decisions on account of weather forecasts. And before they even look at any other news, they follow weather patterns to know where they will be going, how they would be dressing, what kind of cars they will be driving. Mr. Speaker, in this country, many times, the people at the Kenya Met will tell you that it's going to be a sunny day, complete with even the temperatures. But before you leave your house, it's pouring. Speaker, I think a time has come, and I see the leader of majority laughing because he also knows this to be very true. That in further times that they announce and forecast that a region like the Pokot area where we have landslides will be dry for a number of months. Within 2 days, there are landslides occasioned by heavy rainfall. Speaker, there is need for that department to either stop giving us weather forecasts or invest in technology that is accurate, because that technology is available everywhere in the world. So that when they say at noon it's going to be raining in Nairobi, we know it will rain. When they say that this season the rains will be constrained, we know they will be constrained. So that even farmers make decisions on account of proper and accurate weather forecasts. So, Speaker, I thank the Senator for raising that question. It's not an idle statement, Mr. Speaker. It's a statement that really and seriously needs to be followed up to even ask the question, what kind of investment goes into the Kenya Met? So that if then they are constrained by finances, then somebody should look into their budget and give them sufficient funds to acquire modern equipment to do proper and accurate weather forecasts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bogisho.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Senator Haniri for raising a pertinent issue, Speaker, a matter which, if left unnoticed, Speaker, we would not be doing our duty, Speaker, because, I mean, Mr. Speaker, climate and weather and things like that and meteorology is a matter concerning counties, Mr. Speaker. I do believe as well, Mr. Speaker, that because of what Senator Wambua has said, Speaker, you have to have accurate information and data. Because in today's world, Mr. Speaker, it is possible to predict the weather. It's not, the weather and climate is not just a Kenyan phenomenon. You can predict, if it can be predicted in one part of the world, it can be predicted here, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I think also that I know something a little bit about the institute, the Meteorological Institute of Kenya, which is somewhere on Ngong Road, Mr. Speaker. That at one point was a foremost institute in East and Central Africa, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that institution has been training meteorologists from many, many countries. And so I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that maybe it is a bit laid back by now. Maybe they don't have the equipment. And so I just want to urge the committee, Speaker, that is being charged with this matter, to go into that institution and find out what the issues that Senator Haniri is raising, Speaker. Find out and come and brief this House. And it is urgent. It should not be one of those things, Speaker, that is that's going to be protracted. It has to be dealt with very urgently. And so I do want to support. Thank you.
Senator Hargura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Senator Haniri for coming up with this statement because with the current situation where, because of climate change, the weather patterns have changed completely, the citizens cannot now predict even their own activities in terms of if they are farmers, if they are pastoralists, because the rain patterns have changed. So they require a reliable source of forecasting so that they know how to adjust also. And that is why it's important to have the Kenya Meteorological Department be up to date with the equipment. And because of the situation we're in where they cannot even forecast accurately as it were, then there's need to know what is ailing them. Is it the equipment? Is it the technology? Is it the personnel? So it's better if it's come out clearly so that we can have a robust, reliable meteorological department so that it can assist in these times of changing weather patterns. Thank you.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I think this is a very important and timely statement by Senator Haniri. Mr. Speaker, when we were young, I remember very well that my mother used to plant on the 15th of February every year. And by the following day, there would be rains. My mother did not have any technology, but people knew. They had read the weather pattern in the country. It's very unfortunate what's happening now because 1.5 months ago, that's the beginning, I mean, not 1.5, beginning of this month, many farmers in Kisumu County went to their fields and they planted. First of all, the manure is very expensive. The seed is very expensive, even the labor. But people went ahead and planted, going by the direction that had been given by the meteorology. But unfortunately, they have dried. I mean, the plants which tried to germinate, they have all dried. People are doing their second planting. You know how difficult it is. I think I would urge the department that they should do a much better job. I must say in the last few years, they've been really trying, and they've been very, very fairly accurate. This time, I don't know if they are also in the election mood. I don't know if they're also campaigning. I don't know why it's not falling in place this time. We need to give accurate information to the people of Kenya, to the farmers, so that we don't do double loss the way it has happened this year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by the distinguished senator from Vihiga on this very, very important issue. Mr. Speaker, all of us here represent farmers. We represent people who work on a daily basis. There are people who walk from their homes to their places of work. And I think it would be important in this age for them to be able to be reliably informed on the weather patterns. Most of us, on a daily basis, look at the internet. You know, we're relying with information coming from abroad in terms of how the weather operates. If you go into Amazon.com, Mr. Speaker, you can be able to find very, very simple gadgets that can be able to help you monitor the weather patterns. But in a country such as this, a country which has got a budget of about several trillion shillings, it is imperative that the ministry in charge invest heavily in terms of technology. When I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, there are so many radio stations which would broadcast weather patterns. I dare say even until today, most radio frequencies have been given to the Ministry of Metropolitan. Instead of Ministry of, is it Meteorological Department, or the ministry that deals with the weather. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no reason as to why those frequencies should be used to broadcast other issues instead of monitoring the weather. We used to see planes going all the way up and we'd be told that they are going to monitor the weather. So I think it's imperative that this department respond to this statement that has been raised so that it can be able to assist us. A lot of our farmers are losing millions and millions of shillings because of information which is not reliable. It is imperative that in this age now, the 21st century, and particularly this year, when farmers are looking to be able to fight all the pests which are ravaging their crops, to be well informed on when the rains are coming, and if the rains are coming, you know, what they should do, and if at all there are any equipments which county government can also be able to invest in, I think it would be important for them to find a way to devolve some of their functions. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this statement, and I think further, maybe to amend question number 4, which says, state with reasons whether or not such equipment, if any, has been put in use, is actually for them to elaborate further on how they have been able to distribute their equipments across the 47 counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also allowing me to weigh on this issue of weather predictions and the expectations from farmers and many other people, including the aviation industry, who very much depend on the weather predictions for the safety of the farmers and also for the safety of the travelers, whether on land or sea or air or going around in the rangeland when you're looking after cattle, particularly in the arid and semi-arid regions. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when I was negotiating the Convention for Climate Change in Paris during my tenure as the ambassador for United Nations and Environment and program, it was quite clear that some of the advanced countries, some of the developed nations, had developed instruments that were able to predict to the second on how the weather patterns will behave. In fact, they will give you a chronology of how the events are going to happen the next day. And if you looked at it and assessed the next day, it went according to the pattern. But when it came to my country here, Kenya, I found it very difficult every time. You thought it was a guesswork that they are making. When they say there will be storms today, it's when it turns out to be extremely dry. Now, I know there could have been limitations on the type of equipment, the type of the seismological assessments that determines the movements both of the skies and also of the land movements in order to predict the pattern that the rains or the storms are likely to take. But you know, this is within the domain of science. And I think science now, The technology is available. Transfer technology, that's why we were partnering with other countries for technology transfer, and it's also in the convention. And I remember that when the ozone story was being propagated by the late Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, and I happened to have attended that conference with the late President Moi in London, people laughed off and said that there was no such a thing, that there was ozone depletion, and therefore you're likely to have a catastrophic development of weather patterns all over the world. Now, this is the true story that we are seeing today, that all that is happening is as a result of the depletion of the ozone layer, and the weather patterns have been totally distorted, and therefore we are in great difficulties in knowing what to tell the farmers and what not to tell them. But I believe with available technology and with available equipment that you can be able to locate them at the various spots of interest, and particularly geographical locations where you can predict with a certain degree of certainty that the weather patterns for today in this region will be A, B, C, D. And that is so critical for our food security, for the preservation of our animals. It gets very painful when you see the livestock being destroyed because there's no water, because there's no even storage of water to an extent where animals can be saved, and therefore the farmers can be saved the agony of their investment. And the farmers, and this is an agricultural country, and therefore we must invest heavily. And I suggest that in that statement, when they seek for further information, they must tell us in this House how much has government invested in this technological era, particularly in the equipment that are necessary to predict, to detail, to the minute on how the weather patterns are likely to flow in any time, at any given moment in this country. I thank you, and I thank Senator Kaniri for bringing this question. It's an important question. It has a bearing on our economic survival. It has a bearing on the human survival, the economic and aviation industry. It has a value on many other sectors of our country. And therefore, we need to focus. And this should be a very detailed answer to give us some preview, a sneak preview of what is happening within this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. Honorable Speaker, on 23rd March, I gave a statement on the floor of this House about the World Meteorological Day that is celebrated every 23rd of every year. And it is celebrated just to raise awareness on the issue, on the importance of meteorology, on the importance of weather change, and all that. Honorable Speaker, even as they seek the statement from the concerned office, there's need also to find out if we have enough meteorologists trained in this country, and have they also been distributed to county governments, Honorable Speaker, because the role of this department comes in handy, especially to ensure that we have food secure. The weather patterns and the changes and all that, that information is very important because it helps in making predictions that will help farmers, that will help traders, that will also help especially farmers to position themselves, because there are instances when farmers plant their maize, their seeds, and then all of a sudden the sun is too hot, and then you find that they've been infested by insects, so it leads to waste. So to avoid waste, there's need for the gadgets to be effective in order for the meteorologists to do an efficient job. So there's need also, Honorable Speaker, for even this team to investigate if they're training meteorologists also in our colleges and universities, and if they're trained also, do they have assurance of jobs, and also if county governments have put in place any measures to ensure that meteorology department is working in the counties for the purpose of helping our farmers to ensure that our farmers are not encountering any losses. I support this statement, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Mudama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my fellow senators in congratulating the Senator for Vihiga for this very timely statement and important. Mr. Speaker, it is very true that many times this meteorological department broadcast about the weather forecast for the next day, and many people leave their homes heavily dressed or lightly dressed just to find that the weather is very cold or the weather is very hot. And also the farmers countrywide have been suffering, planting 2 or 3 times in one season. When the weather forecasters broadcasted that there'll be rain at this such and such time, and then they go to their farms and farm and plant, and it is very expensive to buy these seeds, it's very expensive to buy the fertilizers, and especially even now, they've suffered a lot. Even the people who are keeping the cattle, they also suffer by lack of grass, because when they broadcast, many of them want to plant for their animals, but there are no rains. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Kariri and say that I support this statement and push it until we get what it takes for them to be able to broadcast what is right. If it is equipment that they are lacking, then they should be supplied with the equipment. The ministry concerned should check on that and supply the proper equipment for the people. Thank you, and I support.
Senator Haraka Abshiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this and congratulate the distinguished Senator for Vihiga for always being on spot with things that are really important, such as this obsolete equipment being used by our meteorological department. Mr. Speaker, the link between our agricultural productivity and the public weather systems cannot be gainsaid. 35% of our GDP comes from agriculture, and 40% of export earnings come from agriculture. We cannot even afford to just play with these kinds of livelihoods and lives of the Kenyans. Where I come from, livestock is our mainstay. Right now, our rangelands are not regenerating because of effects of climate change. If we had proper weather information, from radar information to wireless networks, we could have had better policies that help pastoralists in this country have better grasp of their rangelands, better grasp of the cycles and precipitation. God forbid if this country were to suffer big events such as storms and tornadoes, and we are very lucky we don't suffer those. If we did, today we would be talking another story, Mr. Speaker. We're very lucky we're on the equator and that extreme weather patterns tend to be rare, and we thank God for that. If that were not the case, we would be speaking of thousands of people decimated because we are off point each time with our weather focus and weather innovations. Mr. Speaker, we do not have even the basic supercomputers or the new workstations in our meteorological departments, and these are not things we should be taking lightly, Mr. Speaker. You and I perhaps have smartphones which we can just check the weather and decide what to wear. But in terms of agricultural productivity, in terms of livestock productivity, in terms of rangeland management, in terms of effects of climate change, and in terms of government policy to ensure that our productivity and our sectors that really drive the economy are taken care of, we must start investing in the right places. And one of these right places is to ensure that public weather services are innovative, are relevant, and are of good quality to ensure that our productivity doesn't suffer, especially when it's facing 40% of export earnings, Mr. Speaker. I support and I look forward to a time when our departments, our ministries take these things. Data is becoming the new gold. Data is becoming the new productivity driver. We are not looking at the right fundamentals, Mr. Speaker, and this House has a responsibility to ensure that we look at these things, because we cannot just be playing politics with the future of our country, with the economy of our country, and not look at what are some of the issues that are facing our farmers, our livestock keepers, our, even our own risk management. Disasters are happening every day. We're not seeing the disaster patterns that used to be there many years ago. What if this country starts facing tornadoes? What if this country starts facing big storms such as that we see elsewhere? We're lucky this is not the case, but if that were the case, God forbid, we would be decimating and our economy would be on the ground. I support and I look forward to the committee actually getting to the bottom of this and other institutions that actually look at the lives, the livelihoods, and the risks that our country faces. I thank you, and congratulations, Senator Haniri.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I want to agree with my colleague, Senator George Haniri, that this is a very important function that the government is missing out on. That for many years, many of us grew up to the nice voice of one Mr. Ngwata Francis, who, if he said it's going to rain, Mr. Speaker, then you buy an umbrella. But as it is, this government has lost the ability to predict anything, Mr. Speaker. No wonder even BBI is falling the way it is falling in the courts today, because they can never tell the left from the right hand, Mr. Speaker. And that's why you can see the BBI offers.
There is order, Senator. There's a point of order from Senator Harake. Order, Senator Harake, there's an intervention, Senator Cheruiyot.
Mr. Speaker, is my colleague in order, Senator for Kericho in order, to start linking this question and this statement to this government of which he is part and parcel of, as opposed to, in fact, we should be asking him the question. I think this is, you should rule him out of order for jumping on blaming the government of which he is actually at the helm of.
Yeah, Senator Cheruiyot, stick to to be relevant. No, so there's no relationship between BBI and...
No, I was just saying, this government cannot predict anything. And when they are told the right thing, they don't follow. You see now, and you know, Senator
Sakaja.
Senator Abshiro, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order.
Oh, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is Senator Aaron really in order? You know, Mr. Speaker, death is revered in Africa. The body is not yet cold. The death has just happened. Is he in order, you know, not being sensitive enough to let people start mourning properly before, you know, attacking them immediately? You know, it has just happened. The body has not even been, you know, it's still warm. So please, let's be sensitive to the loss.
I take that advice, Mr. Speaker, that marehemu hajasogeshwa hata bado. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I was just concluding by saying what Senator Haniri is saying is very important, and I think as leaders, because many farmers rely on those predictions to even plan on planting season, harvesting, budgeting for farm inputs, and the likes overall. And this speaks to the whole question of how we've mismanaged our agriculture, because, Mr. Speaker, on many occasions we speak about fertilizer and the rest of the inputs, but we forget that 70 to 80% of our agriculture is rain-fed. Therefore, if you cannot correctly predict when it's going to rain, then it also interferes with your planning and your budgeting as a farmer, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I hope a Committee of Agriculture, and I know the very able chairman, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, is here with us, can actually put the responsible government institution to task so that we can know where is it that intervention is needed. If it's matters of budget, then we refer to our colleagues in the National Assembly to address this, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, thank you, and commiserations, and rest in peace, BBI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Out of order, Senator Cheruiyot. That you can spare it for the rallies out there, not here. Senator Ndwiga Njeru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I want to join my colleagues in congratulating Senator George Haniri for bringing this very, very, very important statement to this House. Mr. Speaker, yes, Kenya is, and we pride ourselves as an agricultural country. But, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that even when we say we are an agricultural country, you check what the measures that we put to support that statement, to support that, that objective are not there. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, when it is matters concerning weather, we rely on, and thank God that the world is what it is today, that we rely on information from other countries, not our own. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when our own weather department tells us that we're going to have more than average rainfall, most of the times you get none of it. But most importantly is that we need to know when that rain will come. Mr. Speaker, now it is very sad that even as we pass bills in this House supporting agriculture, whatever it is, but Mr. Speaker, the planning is so poor that if you cannot plan on, on the parameters that will support that agriculture, Mr. Speaker, all the bills that we pass here and everything else we do is normally in vain. Mr. Speaker, isn't it very sad that in this country you get areas that are sometimes afflicted by bad weather, and we have famine, and we have to sell cows, livestock, and we have to move relief food to more than 3/4 of this country, Mr. Speaker. Yet, we have time to plan. But that time to plan is what I do not know what we use that time for, because in this country we have not adequately planned for proper agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad right now that if I had not know what is going to be happening next year and the other years, currently, Mr. Speaker, because of a small issue in Ukraine and Russia, fertilizer, you cannot get enough fertilizer in this country, and what gets here is so expensive that poor farmers will not be able to get to their fields and plant the food that we need in this country. Because fertilizer is unaffordable. It is, Mr. Speaker. And farmers, you cannot ask farmers to buy a bag of fertilizer for 6,000 shillings, and I expect them to produce food for this country. And the market value for that food, Mr. Speaker, you know what it is. Even if you were to compensate that farmer after they have planted, then the consumer price of whatever, of that product won't be impossible. So this country will be sinking in a labyrinth of inflation if we do not check what it is, if we do not have proper plans. I mean, Speaker, those plans are what we do not have. I am happy Senator Kaniri has brought this issue here. Let us examine whether our meteorological department cannot give us forecasts which can help us to plan that we will have rains, we will have droughts, so that the country can plan. And if you do not have that, then, Mr. Speaker, you cannot call yourself a country. Mr. Speaker, this post-independence, we never used to import wheat. We never used to import wheat. We never even used to import maize. Today, Mr. Speaker, that is what we are doing. Some people will tell you it's because of population explosion, but that is not true, Mr. Speaker. We knew that population was going to increase, and we needed to plan accordingly so that as population increases, there's enough food in the country to feed Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I support the statement by Senator Kaniri, and I do know, as a committee as your committee of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, most of the bills that we bring to this House, and most of the programs which we have had in the last 5 years Mr. Speaker, the problem has been on implementation, that you don't get implementation because the Ministry of Agriculture is busy politicking and doing other useless things instead of concentrating on what really they are meant for. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is a devolved function, and Kenyans in their wisdom, devolved agriculture. But Mr. Speaker, now agriculture has become, instead of us focusing on what it was, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Most of these programs have been there. What we need now is to look at the institutions, and the most important institution is the meteorological institution. Let us make sure that whatever weather forecasts we get are correct, and that's what they are. Mr. Speaker, if you travel to Europe like most of you have, you know, if you check on weather, if you are told that in the next 2 hours it's going to rain, there will be in the next 2 hours. If you're told tomorrow there will be snow, there will be snow. If you are told next week it's going to be sunshine throughout, that's what it will be. In this country, Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to predict even when to plant. Farmers will plant because they have gotten information that is not verifiable. And after they have planted, then there is no rain. Then rains come after another 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. How can we then pride ourselves that we are an agricultural country when we are unable to do basic planning? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Senator Wako. Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my voice to this very important petition. As one of the people who come from northern part of Kenya, and you know, currently we are going through a very tough and rough time because of the drought that is there, which if proper predictions would have been done, things would have been different on the ground. Mr. Speaker, the meteorological department people would have guided us properly, and even now, sometimes when they say it will be too hot, you realize that the opposite happens. So if they can be keen enough and clear enough and guide people throughout even the week, then that can help Kenyans to plan well, even here in Nairobi, because people are being inconvenienced in many ways, and farmers are suffering as a result of that. Sometimes they are advised to plant and work very hard, and unfortunately, they are not able even to harvest anything. And sometimes we are alerted of the floods and everything, but unfortunately, even receiving 5% of the rains is not there. So we need people who can be careful in passing that information to our citizens so that we can reduce the sufferings of the people who are on the ground. As I finish, we also celebrate what has just happened, and BBI, bye-bye. Thank you.
Senator Haraki, does she want to be informed? She has finished.
There's no choice.
She has finished, Senator Haraki.
No, Mr. Speaker, you know it's not fair for this House to be misled and the country to be misled, and we allow that to happen.
Which one?
In the sense that BBI is dead, BBI is still on issues such as, you know, the appeal allowed on issue number 1, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, you know,
it's allowed
order.
issues.
Order. You know, you are the one who is now even making it. You are now the one who is opening up the discussion, and let's order senators. I think that's, let's conclude that, because we have another statement and serious business to do. I hope the committee has noted what has been raised. Those of my age, you remember we had somebody called Inquata Francis who used to tell us about the weather, kwamba kutakuwa na radi hapa na pale. The next statement is by Leader of Majority. Leader of Majority? Leader of Majority, your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Leader of Majority, this is a statement by the Senate Majority Leader on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 5th April 2022, pursuant to Standing Order number 52. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for the week commencing Tuesday, 5th of April 2022. On Tuesday, the 5th of April, the Senate Business Committee will meet to consider and approve the business for that day, which is projected to contain matters that will not be concluded from today's order paper, as well as any other business approved by the committee. The committee will also consider and approve bills at the second reading and at the committee of the whole stages, as well as motions containing the program of Senate business, and schedule them accordingly for Wednesday, the 6th of April, and Thursday, the 7th of April, 2022. Any business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, the 5th of April, 2022, will accordingly be rolled over to Wednesday, the 6th, and Thursday, the 7th of April, 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, the legislative business before the House includes 18 bills at the second reading stage and 12 bills at the committee of the whole stage. A number of the bills at the second reading stage have been scheduled in today's order paper for division at orders number 8 to 11, while those at the committee of the whole stages have been scheduled for division at orders 14 and 18. Likewise, there are two motions relating to reports by the Standing Committee of Health and the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments listed at orders number 12 and 13 in today's order paper for division. I urge honorable senators to be available in the House for the Senate to undertake the divisions, which will facilitate transition to the next stages. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take note of efforts made by the Liaison Committee to ensure that business before committees is concluded expeditiously. I take this opportunity to thank standing committees that have tabled reports on bills, referred to them, and continue to urge those that are yet to conclude consideration of bills to expedite the process. In the coming weeks, committee chairpersons will make statements pursuant to Standing Order 51, 1B, on the quarterly reports by their committees. We look forward to receiving these reports on the activities of committees and how these have impacted the work of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, other business before the Senate include 49 petitions and statements pursuant to Standing Orders 47 and 48. I urge chairpersons of respective committees to hasten consideration of this business and to table reports pursuant to the standing orders. However, before the Senate proceeds on recess on the 7th of April, 2022, pursuant to the Senate calendar, there is a need for a resolution on the matter of the County Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, and the Division of Revenue Bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that consultations between the leadership of both houses of Parliament and the chairperson on the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, Senator Charles Kibiru, and the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly have resulted in an agreed position on the way forward on the county government's grants bill, and we must congratulate and thank Senator Kibiru and his team for leading this gallant effort. I note with appreciation that the Mediation Committee has submitted to the Houses of Parliament a mediated version of the bill for consideration and approval this afternoon, which is on the order paper. And Mr. Speaker, I hope senators are listening. This is extremely important business that is coming in the next order, that we should all be available to vote so that our counties can be able to get their share of revenue in this division of revenue. In conclusion, I take this opportunity to remind honorable senators that in line with the resolution of the Senate Business Committee and the directive of yourself, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 29th March 2022, hybrid sittings have been suspended effective today, of course with the exception of this sitting. Mr. Speaker, senators need to note that moving forward will only be in the chamber to ensure that the constitutional mandate of the Senate is discharged, as has been the practice before we embarked on hybrid virtue on the table of the Senate, on behalf of Senator Samuel Pogishio, Elder of the Golden Heart MP, Senate Majority Leader.
Yes, Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. I seek to be very, very brief. Mr. Speaker, I have 4 statements that I sought from different committees, and they are at different levels of processing. And Mr. Speaker, seeing as it were that we are just almost coming to the end of our session, I want to kindly, Mr. Speaker, through your office, to ask the following chairman of committees to seriously consider concluding business on these statements, so that the people on whose behalf I sought the statements can be better served. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Labor, ably led by Senator Sakaja, they know that they have 2 issues. There is the issue of the honorarium to councillors, which was processed and concluded. And we are receiving calls from all over the country, from councillors all over the country, asking whether that money now has been factored in this budget or not. And they have a lot of hope that this time round, at least they will get the honorarium. So the Committee on Labor, though I know they process and complete the business, but now that we don't have an implementation committee, I really plead with the committee that they follow up so that these councillors can get their money. The second one, sued in labor, and Senator Sakaja knows it, the issue of the wrongful dismissal of Munyala Malombe from Kenyatta National Hospital.
Let's consult in low tones. Order. Senators, let's consult in low tones.
I thank you, the Speaker. I see Senator Cheriot is holding a different kamukunji.
Order, senators.
Order, thank you, the Speaker. I believe there are councillors from Kericho who really want to be taken care of on this issue. It's an important matter, really. Please. So, on health, there is an issue of the broken down infrastructure in health facilities in Kitui, the delayed payments for casual workers and medics, and just lack of drugs. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the Roads Committee, there is a compensation for persons affected by the road project from Kibwezi all the way to Mwingi. They have not been paid their money. They are asking for their payments. Mr. Speaker, if the chairman can just fast track these issues, we will appreciate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I think they have, the chairman have heard so that we make progress. You are okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Wambua, very, very diligent representative of the people of Kitui. The first matter that he raised is a very important matter to us, and that is on the one of honorarium to councillors. Mr. Speaker, we put up a very strong fight, and we had various sessions with the former councillors, who at that point were around 12,000, and the numbers have gone down since then because they're dying. We agreed with the National Treasury, and I want to thank CS Ukuri Atani, CS Wamalwa, who would even come to my office for those meetings, and CS Chelugui, who was very empathetic. The amount we were able to secure for the councillors was coming to 250,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, we appealed that they can consider it an increment. And we even asked the President, and I personally asked him, to host all these former councillors, to acknowledge that they're the fathers of devolution, that we stand on their shoulders, to even give them a certificate of recognition for the work that they have done, and increase that amount. Appreciating these councillors, Mr. Speaker, would go a long way. If they weren't preoccupied with this issue that has happened today, they would realize that would also help them in many other respects. I would still urge them to do that with the councillors. Mr. Speaker, we have scheduled a meeting for next week in follow-up with the CS of Treasury to see that it has been incorporated in the budget estimates, that all our former councillors are able to get that one-off honorarium, and that it is boosted a bit more, because they really have given service to our country at a time when we didn't have proper devolution. On the second matter, I note we had gotten a response from Kenyatta Hospital, or I think of the ministry. It was not satisfactory. I'll follow it up. Mr. Malombe has been in touch as well with myself. I'll follow it up, and I apologize. Normally, my committee is extremely efficient. I don't know why we've let that slip through our fingers, but I'll sort that out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, adoption of report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021.
Chair, Senator Kibiru. Okay, so yeah, you are off mic. So.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 31st March 2022, and that pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the bill. Mr. Speaker, it was only yesterday afternoon when I did promise the House that we are going to, we have negotiated, or we have agreed that we will be able to conclude the mediation process. I remember I promised Senator Mulkomen, I promised Senator Alon Cheliot, Senator Wambua, Senator Wetangura, that I don't promise things that I don't deliver. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, we have gone through the processes and we have been here and talked more on the genesis of this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to repeat that. But the purpose of the bill for a small liquor, Mr. Speaker, is to provide a mechanism or instrument for transfer to county governments additional allocation, either conditional or unconditional allocation. These additional allocations are from national government share of revenue and all from proceedings of loans and grants from development partners. Mr. Speaker, the bill, like we have said, is in compliance with the petition of the High Court, petition number 252 of 2016. And the genesis of the bill is that we passed it on 15th of September 2021, and passed with amendments on 2nd December 2021 by the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate on 21st December did consider and rejected the amendments by the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, this is what took us to where we have been in purposes of mediation. Mr. Speaker, the committee had in total 4 sittings to deliberate on this bill. This bill, in accordance with the Constitution and relevant provision of the Standing Orders of the Senate and the national deliberations. Mr. Speaker, the committee held a meeting with the following stakeholders for purposes of record of the House, that we did consult the National Treasury and Planning, the Commission of Revenue Allocation, that is CRA, The Council of Governors, COG, well represented by the Governor of Laikipia, and the Control of Budget. Mr. Speaker, the Mediation Committee considered the matter developed a version of the bill that both houses will pass. The version of the bill is attached to the report on the bill tabled in the House on today, Mr. Speaker. Among the key resolutions made by the Mediation Committee, Mr. Speaker, include A, the bill be referred to as County Government's Additional Allocation Bill. We are agreeing to amend the original title of the bill so that it reads County Government's Additional Allocation Bill 2021. We didn't have a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. That annually, the National Treasury shall submit to Parliament the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill in addition to Division of Revenue Bill and County Allocation Revenue Bill. That means, Mr. Speaker, hitherto we have been considering two bills, that is the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, but this time we'll also have the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, see that the bill should obligate the Cabinet Secretary to provide, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker, this is what we were asking for, monthly reports on the disbursement of funds allocated to counties under the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the Senate and indeed the country has the opportunity to see each and every time the disbursements are made, how they are made, and to whom they have been made to. Mr. Speaker, with approval of this agreed version of the bill by both houses, a legislative instrument will be put in place to allow county governments access Kenya shillings that 9 billion, Mr. Speaker. Billion, that 9 billion, Mr. Speaker. And this, Mr. Speaker, we assured and we debated and agreed it should commence next week. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there is assurance that all stakeholders will be in a position to monitor disbursement by the National Assembly, by the National Treasury, as well as projects being implemented through these funds. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge all the senators to consider this report and approve it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, without much ado, we have been debating over this issue. We have, as promised, Mr. Senator Wambua, we have delivered. The bill will be annual, and as you come back, and I pray that you come back, you'll be able to monitor the way funds are dispersed to the counties, and indeed, even how they have been utilized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request Senator, I beg to move and request Senator Los Nyamunga to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mike. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to second this bill. And I also want to thank all the members, because it was not as easy, because both sides had an issue on this bill, and more so the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that has been, this money has been pending over a very long period of time. The funds that has been tied for a period of, I think, about 7 or 8 years, money which should have gone to the county government and should have been utilized in different ways to develop our counties, has been stuck just because the bill has not been put in place. So I want to thank both houses and the members who are there. It was not as easy, but we also want to thank you for the support of the Senate, to allow us to deliberate upon the issues which were there and also come to a big compromise. So I thank both houses, and I support the bill, second the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, order, senators. Take your seats. Okay, so I propose the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 31st March 2022, and that pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution, And Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate, Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the bill. Senator Sakaja. Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chair of Finance, Senator Kibiru, whom we yesterday had a lot of arguments about whether we should proceed with division of revenue before this bill or not. And I want to thank the House for collectively taking the wise decision to first start with this very important bill. We've been grappling with the question of grants, Mr. Speaker, to county governments. And from 2013, all senators had complained about the equitable distribution of grants from national government to counties. And Mr. Speaker, innovatively and slowly, first of all through a court decision, but eventually by the intervention of the committee, we've come up with a very important bill. Two things are important about this bill, Mr. Speaker. The contents make sure that we are now able, that Senate, first of all, that the contents make sure that Senate and National Assembly will play a role in equitable distribution of the resources, but also that we will play a role in oversight, and clear oversight with parameters being set, so that, Mr. Speaker, you cannot find yourself in a situation, for those of us who have served in County Public Accounts Committee, when you summon county governments, you want to ask them about grants and from both development partners and national government. It's been very difficult, Mr. Speaker, because they hang on the provision of the Constitution only and say there is no legislative framework that can make sure that we can hold them accountable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that we've won a great deal that, Mr. Speaker, just like the division of revenue, these grants will be brought to the House annually, Mr. Speaker, for appropriation and proper transfer to county governments. This is very good, Mr. Speaker. And like we were saying yesterday, even our colleagues who are going to serve in the county governments, Mr. Speaker, and those of us who remain here to provide support and accountability, this will really help in ensuring that counties can budget, knowing that if you're going to receive grants for development of Siaya town, Mr. Speaker, for example, you do not need to appropriate for, again, county funds for the same projects that are going to be done in the areas that you are going to develop. This gives a lot of certainty in terms of planning and in terms of application of resources. Last, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Kibiru in person because of his leadership in this very important committee. I have never doubted, Mr. Speaker, his capacity and capability since he came to this House. And since he's exiting, I want the people of Kirinyaga to know that they have a very competent citizen who has served very well in this House. I do not know how they will rate him in the other position, but in this one, Mr. Speaker, he has done his work in a very commendable manner, and we will forever remember his services to this nation through his presence in this House. And last, Mr. Speaker, this is a victory for Senate. I know, Mr. Speaker, the Senate as an institution, we've struggled to protect the mandate of this House, not for our personal gain as individuals, but, Mr. Speaker, for posterity. Well, I know we still have matters pending in court, and I really hope that we will succeed in the manner that we have prayed. And since it's pending in court, I will not say further than that. But, Mr. Speaker, two victories today. One, this bill, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is the falling of BBI. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, with a very excited heart. There is no senator here, of all the 68 senators, who is not excited that, Mr. Speaker, the Senate proposed by BBI was a complete water down of the mandate of this House. If BBI had passed, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it here, and people of Elgeyo Marakwet listening, I would have never wanted to serve under the kind of Senate that was being proposed by BBI. So personally, I don't want to talk about other provisions of the BBI bill, but as a person who wants to continue serving in this Senate, provide oversight, fight for counties, Mr. Speaker, BBI was going to be a complete downgrading of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And I am glad that it was declared null and void, even if we posture publicly as though we are sad that BBI failed for our friends who are on the other side. I am sure inside their hearts, they are rejoicing, Mr. Speaker, that when they come to serve in the next Senate, it will not be a watered-down Senate. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Kibiru for his leadership and firmness in bringing this matter to an end, and that it is important to note that this bill, it was generated by the Senate and more particularly by Mr. Kibiru's committee, and that this report puts the intended legislation in compliance with the High Court order, the court ruling. So I think this is victory, and I want to congratulate the membership of the committee. I think because of Senator Kibiru's leadership, this mediation committee, it is not an accident or a coincidence that you're the one who was chairing it. And I want to thank the vice chairperson, Honorable Kanini Kega, because I remember when you were holding meetings with Honorable Kanini Kega, I walked into the meeting and he gave his word. So I want to thank the membership of the committee coming from the National Assembly. I also want to congratulate our members in that committee. I think they were there almost in their entirety, including Senator Mutula Kilonzo and Senator Nyamunga, and one of the members of Parliament of the National Assembly, Senator Naisula Lesuda, was a member of the Senate, and I'm sure she could not have voted any differently. Now, I just want to emphasize two things which have been said by the previous speaker, that this bill is important for the Senate for purposes of accountability and oversight. If funds are going to counties, the Senate must have a role in questions of oversight and accountability. And it is important that the National Assembly does not arrogate responsibilities of the Senate on funds that are devolved. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to take a lot of time on this one because it's a victory for the Senate. It was our own bill. Only to add, because the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet mentioned something about the BBI. I think he is completely ignorant what was going on in court. The elephant was in the room in the BBI proceedings was the doctrine of basic structure. And the Supreme Court unanimously overturned the decision of the High Court and the Court of Appeal on that major issue that was before the courts, both in the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. So it is a victory, and everybody would want to claim victory, but I think is victory for the rule of law and constitutionalism. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll also try and be brief like the rest of my colleagues. This is a big win for the Senate, Mr. Speaker, especially those that have walked this journey from, I think, as early as 2016, because this is when this discussion about what to do with conditional and unconditional grants happened. First of all, raised by our committee. I have mentioned this many occasions when, in the course of the last few days, because it's a special moment for us, especially members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, that the first time we were ever requested to grant anything outside division of revenue was when we had 5 counties that didn't have either provincial or district headquarters. Therefore, you had counties like Nyandarua, I think Lamu, and 3 others that I cannot recall off the top of my head, that didn't have any place to call a county headquarters. But unfortunately, as is often the case in Kenya, when you give Treasury an inch, they'll take a mile and run with it. Therefore, over time, conditional grants became so popular to the point that as early as 2017, when actually petitioners went to court and wanted to find out what is the place of these grants and either conditional or unconditional in our constitution, the figure was increasing. And the biggest thing that worried many of us, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that there was no known formula of how these monies were being allocated to the various counties. And in fact, if you looked keenly, and I dare say this, Mr. Speaker, is that many of them were either political consideration or goodies that were being dished out. many of us actually complain, Mr. Speaker, that in the place of conditional and unconditional grants, perhaps it would have been better for us to implement the equalization fund that is set out in our constitution, yet that wasn't done as well. And therefore, when Senator Kibiru led us as a committee to consider this bill, of course, as a further mitigation, because the courts had already pronounced themselves on this particular matter, Mr. Speaker, we undertook this assignment with the seriousness that it deserves. And I'm happy that finally, after a long and rigorous battle, it wasn't just as easy as passing the bill on its own, Mr. Speaker. There was a battle with our colleagues in the National Assembly who wanted to reduce it and water it down. The most fundamental change that they wanted to make to this particular bill, which to us was the life and heart of the county grants bill, was the fact that they wanted to make it a once-in-a-lifetime provision, where you just, once you've passed the bill, it will be known that there is a formula for determination, and that is the end of the story. Yet the feeling of many of us, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker, if you read the submissions by Controller of Budget, by Council of Governors, and many other right-minded institutions, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that they agreed with us and they said that cannot be the case. You have got to do it on yearly basis, because many of the conditional grants and even the unconditional ones are done on need basis. And once a specific need has been addressed, then there is no need for that particular grant to be given. I have cited the example, for example, of the county headquarters. So to use it as an example, once you've built those county headquarters, there is no need to further grant a particular county the amount of money that is needed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a big win for us. I congratulate my chairman, Senator Kibiru, for a job well done. I congratulate the leadership of the Senate. Thank you for listening to us when we requested yesterday. Yeah, I congratulate you, Senator James Orengo, because we pleaded and we said that please allow us, first of all, to reach a mediation agreement. But there is a worry. There is cause for worry. You are not yet off the hook, Senator James Orengo, because we need an assurance that members of the National Assembly will pass this mediation report. Otherwise, we will have been lied to, like a teenage girl, who's given a small token and told, please visit with me in my room. Be careful, nothing else will happen. But the minute you walk into that room, you have no control of what happens again. Therefore, until, and I dare say until.
Senator Chila Yako, what is your... Senator Chila Yako, what is your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, I hate interrupting my very good friend. We knew one another before we came here. Now, Mr. Speaker, you have heard him talk about a teenage girl being lied to. Don't be lied to like a teenage girl. Isn't that insensitive to teenage girls? Because lying, you can also lie to small boys and do bad things to them. So would I be in order to ask him to use a more, a proper description of lie, so that he does not imply that it's only teenage girls who are vulnerable to lies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, even boy child, actually of late, boy child has become the victim more than even teenage girls, especially in the era of sending fare, Mr. Speaker. So basically, if we don't want the National Assembly to chew our fare, if that will be a phrase that Senator Achilo will be more comfortable with, let us hold on. I plead with you. I don't know why the hurry is for. Until the National Assembly passes the mediation, or at least, then let the report at least be tabled before our National Assembly. Otherwise, what we have is a check, but we're not sure whether we are able to cash it at the right time. Therefore, I don't know, unless we are properly advised, if there are mechanisms that you can convince us that there is a way you can safeguard those agreements, then we will be more comfortable. I don't know why Senator Wambua is smiling. Maybe he knows other ways of safeguarding whatever I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. But that is the cause of my concern, which I want properly addressed. If I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, finally, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Senator James Orengo made a comment which we cannot allow him to get away with. It is true that the proponents of BBI had a victory this morning, but it is what you call a Pyrrhic victory. That out of the many things that they pleaded, that is the one thing they can hope on and say, oh, at least we got something out of it. But for all intents and purposes, what they wanted, they never got. But it's neither here nor there. What we are happy is that this House at least will remain a better institution than what was being proposed in the BBI. And that is our source of happiness.
Senator Orengo, what's your intervention? Oh, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking for the relevant standing order. I know there are some people who want to speak on this, but since this bill is really our bill, and the more we do in order to make sure that it gets assent, the better. I would not be of little faith like my senator from Kericho. I think I'll have more faith than my colleague, the senator from Elgeyo Marakwet. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how do we go about it. Can we reduce the to 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'll reduce it to 3 minutes. Senator Olekina, start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amended version of the County Government Grants Bill. And I'd like to join my colleagues in congratulating the good senator from Kirinyaga for doing a splendid job in ensuring that the role of the Senate, when it comes to the issue of division of revenue, when it comes to the issue of making sure that our counties get money, is respected. Mr. Speaker, as a senator, I'm proud that Narok County will get an additional amount of 645 million, which will go towards helping hospitals, level 2 hospitals, level 3 hospitals. It will go and help the informal sector. There's about 150 million there. And there's also money to pay for the MES equipment scheme. This is money that now the Senate has got the mandate to ensure that they oversight. Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge that we had with the title, grants, conditional and unconditional, is something which will become a thing of the past. I remember when Senator Wamatangi had summoned governors to come and explain how they spend the money in the road sector, the governors went to court and they said that they did not have a mandate to be able to, the Senate did not have a mandate to go and ask the governors how they spent the conditional grants which were given to them for the roads. But now, having changed the title of this to additional grants, this helps the Senate continue oversighting on every resource which is sent to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, this is our opportunity, and we must remain firm to prove to the country that when we are here as senators, our job is to send money to the counties. I join my colleagues in saying that it is imperative that the National Assembly also send to this. They should pass the mediated version so that at least we see this money going. It will be really, really sad, Mr. Speaker, if the money which has been given to us as loans, grants, is sent back to the donors. We know that the amount of money which the national government is sending as additional grants, but now additional revenue, is about only 9 billion. So the 30 billion is from loans and grants from donor agencies. So that money can help a little child in Mandera. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, most counties, even in the northern part, the only thing that you can say, you can actually see having been developed is through the money from grants. Because most of the shareable revenue, Mr. Speaker, goes to some questionable contracts. You know, this is the same in all 47 counties. But at least with these ones, because there are conditions and there are requirements that they must submit in the quarterly reports, this one helps the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, to join my colleagues in congratulating Chairman Senator Kibiro and his team. It's a big day for us in the Senate. As Senator Olekina said, the Speaker shall be remembered that last year we had a very ugly encounter with governors when we attempted to ask questions about how they were using Kenya Urban Support Program funds for roads. Now they will have nowhere to hide, because what has happened by the passage of this bill is that now we will be able to question into the expenditure of additional grants to counties. The Speaker, I'm very happy as a senator of the great people of Kitui County that today we are going to be okaying disbursement of an additional over 600 million Kenya shillings to Kitui County, around 150 million from national government, and slightly over 500 million from development partners. The Speaker, it should be noted that we shall follow up on the expenditure of this money to ensure that this money is used for the intended purposes. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to really throw some caution to my colleagues that yes, we are going to be dealing with the grants bill today. The Speaker, once beaten, twice shy. We stood our ground from the day before yesterday until today, and we are seeing good results. We should not relent. We should ensure that, yes, we will pass this grants bill. We shall wait for the National Assembly to pass the grants bill. Then on Tuesday, we can pass the division of revenue bill. Speaker, we cannot be shortchanged any further. And when the Senate stands together on issues of revenue and funds to counties, good things happen to our counties. On this one, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues that yes, let us pass this grants bill with celebration and wait for the National Assembly to pass the same bill. Then on Tuesday, we can pass the division of revenue bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to also contribute on this very important grants bill, which has come before this August House, and thank Senator Kibiru, the chair of that committee, for ably chairing this meeting. Let me say from the outset that one of the most innovative elements on this grants bill is the question of removing these unconditional grants, which was very vague, to additional funds, and therefore bringing it within the framework of the Public Finance Management Act, which will be an accountable document and accountable funds that are being made available to the county governments to spend from either the grants which are being given by the donor funding communities or the additional loans that have been received by the national government from various entities, governments, and from other institutions, and also being funds being received through other means coming to the national kitty. Now, this has been put together into one annual outfit instead of this perpetual law, which did not have the requisite framework of dispersing these funds. And I'm happy and I'm proud that the Kisii County, with these arrangements for 2021-2022, they are going to get an additional 850 million Kenya shillings, and again on the medical equipment, another an additional 153 million, making it almost 193 or a billion Kenya shillings. This big money that is going to come to the county government of Kisii, and I believe that this money, good enough, that it can be able properly budgeted for under the normal annual budgeting process and annual allocation process, it should be able to create a far-reaching impact in the services and activities being carried out in the county government. And when I become governor, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that this money is properly utilized so that this question of waiting for conditional grants hitherto, which have been the subject of debate, is a matter of the past. And therefore, we know that it's an annual allocation. It goes through the normal process of allocation through the Treasury, the National Assembly, the Senate. Once allocated, this is a predictable fund that we can say we now have a fund that we can use for particular development areas within the county governments. And therefore, it will add additional revenue to the county government, which is predictable. Hitherto, it has not been predictable. Therefore, I support this grant bill, and I agree with the various sentiments expressed that the only way we can be sure that this becomes an annual affair is for us to pass this grant bill today and await the National Assembly to reciprocate the same sentiments, and then we are together home. I thank you.
Senator Mudhama Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to first of all congratulate the Chair for Finance, Senator Kibiru, for this bill for additional grant. Mr. Speaker, this is very important for our counties because as we talk now, when I talk about Machakos County, the level 3 hospitals and level 2s are really suffering. Not only that, even level 4s and even level 5, lacking money even for medication, lacking money even to pay workers as cleaners. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I had to talk about cleaners who had gone on strike because of lack of payments. And so this money will help and will assist the government, the county governments, in medication and even agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, I support this, but I also join my fellow senators to say that we should allow the National Assembly to pass it. We pass only this one, and we allow the National Assembly to pass it. Then maybe on Tuesday, we pass the other one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
May I call the mover to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply, and in replying, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the members for the accolades that they have accorded the committee. And in particular, today, Mr. Speaker, I think my name has been mentioned by every other senator, and it is a good send-off, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, senators, we have no ones to thank you for standing with the committee and for agreeing that we need to have this bill passed in favor of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, as we progress, I have had people, I want just to persuade senators, kindly let us vote and pass this bill so that it can be accented tomorrow, because the National Assembly did promise us that they are going to deal with it. Now, we will have done. I doubt. In fact, we should have at least, like they say, we are doing it is outermost faith. Mr. Speaker, I have heard people say that we don't pass the dollar, the division of revenue bill until the National Assembly have passed the grants bill. Mr. Speaker, I think that is, we are stretching ourselves too much, and I want to really request the senators, like we agreed yesterday, let us, we have gotten the report, let us vote for the two bills, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply.
Okay, other senators. Honorable senators, I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grant Bill, Senate Bill, Bills number 35 of 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 31st March 2022, and are pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the bill. I now direct that the bell be rung for 2 minutes. Tell us, yeah. It is only for this one. Yeah. Tell us.
Yeah, honorable senators, can we have some order? Can the door be closed and the bus drawn? And the two tellers are Senator Olekina and Senator Wako. Kindly let's have some order, please. Yes, I think we should be able to start, and it will be by roll call. Yes.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote for the mediation, yes.
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
For the mediation committee report, I vote yes. I repeat, mediation committee report.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
We are not hearing you, Senator. Can you vote?
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
You can even remove your mask.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malachi Charles Ekal, Turkana County.
Senator, can you vote? Professor?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County. Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungo, Muranga County.
you come to me then. Okay.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
Myself, I vote, on behalf of Kirinyaga, I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County. Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County. Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Senator Lelegwe Tumbesi, Samburu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Lloyd Tiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Madzayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
No, they account. Yes, I did.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably, I probably won't be able to purchase it.
Senator Mbito, please vote. We are not hearing. Unmute. Unmute.
Then we will see.
I vote yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Madam Speaker, I'm present and voting yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Which you could have somewhere you can get some money.
Senator Ongeri.
Without this commercial.
Yeah, that's
the company cannot ready money.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
That much.
Senator Mpaye Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
Not valued anything.
It's valued. It's valued. It's valued. If I was able to sell it.
Okay. Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Madam Speaker, Machakos votes yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makwiny County.
I got out of the bus and literally walked 10 meters.
Senator Mutula, please vote. Vote.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Senator Mwaruma, please vote. Senator Mwaruma, please unmute. Okay, we'll come back to him.
Senator Mwenye Haji. Senator Mwenye Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa
Mr.
County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Speaker?
I vote yes.
Yes, that's fine, that's fine. Senator Mwaruma, I'm a vote, okay.
Did you hear me? I'm voting now.
That's fine, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Nderito John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Madam Speaker, Embu votes yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Madam Speaker, Kisii County votes yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Exactly. Madam Speaker, on behalf, I've consulted the Nairobi delegation, and we vote on this one. Yes, this report only. Yes, this one, the mediation report. Yeah, and can my deputy second?
Yes, I second.
Senator Wako Sitswila Amos, Busia County. Senator Wambua Enoch Keo, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm worried about what went on record as far as Nairobi delegation was concerned, because the leader of the delegation was saying this one, pointing at Senator Manga. So I don't know whether it was a choice between the bill and the Senator Manga. So that
Yes, Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, even on that one, I vote yes. even on Omanga. But the vote was on the mediation.
Be clear on the bill.
Yes.
For purposes of record.
On the report on mediation, I vote yes.
Okay. Honorable Senators, kindly, can we have some order? Can we take our seats? Senator, I don't want to mention your names. Honorable members, I don't want to mention names. Kindly, let's have some order, and please take your seats. Can we have some seats, majority? Seats. Let's continue.
Senator Wambua Enoch Keo, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County and on the report of the Mediation Committee on County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Yes, we can do a run through because I can see some members who are not there who are now present. Please.
Senator Cherarkei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Can we have Senator Kajwang is online?
I vote yes.
We are not seeing your face. Oh. That's not
Madam
Kajwang.
Speaker,
Can we have Senator Kajwang vote, please? Yes,
Madam
Senator.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Yes, that's
Yes.
fine. That's okay.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Muranga County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Madam Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Vihiga County, I vote yes on the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County. Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County. Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpaye Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
Senator Mary, Senator. Can we have Senator Mary, Senator, please?
I vote yes, Madam Speaker. I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Wako Sitswila Amos, Busia County. Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Honorable Senators, the results are as follows. The ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it. Can the bus be drawn and the doors unlocked? Next order. Honorable Senators, we are going to defer order number 9, number 10, order number 11, order number 12, order number 13, order number 14, order number 15, order number 16, order number 17, order number 18, up to order number 19, to be listed for the next sitting. We move to order number 20. And Senator Ndwiga. Oh, sorry, first read.
Order number 20, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 55 of 2021.
Chairperson, Senator Ndwiga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 141-1 of the Senate Standing Orders, that the Cotton Industry Development Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Senate Committee for the commitment that they have taken to have this bill published. The committee has carried out public participation on the bill. The Clerk of the Senate and the Speaker of the Senate, we also want to thank you for facilitating the development and publication of this bill. Madam Speaker, I also wish to thank the members of the public who took time to give their views during public participation. They provided us with the much needed insight on areas that needed to be strengthened in order to ensure that the objects of the bill are met. In particular, it was clear that the stakeholders had wanted to ensure that various sectors in the cotton industry are represented in the board established under the bill. The Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, which I chair, has prepared amendments to the bill which incorporate the views of the public. The bill seeks to reorganize the cotton industry by establishing the Cotton Industry Development Board, providing a framework for cotton farming and ensuring value addition to cotton and its related products. Madam Speaker, before I delve into the content of the bill, I would like to give some background information on the issues revolving around the cotton industry and the history of the industry. The previous Cotton Act was passed in 1989 to establish the Cotton Board of Kenya and define its functions, powers, and internal organization, regulate various aspects of the cotton industry, including the exportation, processing, and marketing of cotton, and to provide for the promotion and regulation of the cotton industry and for connected purposes. The aforementioned act was repealed by the Crops Act 2013, which consolidated the repealed various statutes relating to crops to provide for the growth and development of agricultural crops. Cotton was introduced to Kenya by colonial administrators who trained and imparted cotton growing skills to the local population. It was and still is grown in various parts of the country, specifically Nyanza, Western Province, Eastern Province, Central, and coastal parts of Kenya. The colonial economic policy of the British in Kenya favored European settlers' cultivation of coffee, tea, cotton, and maize. These activities were resourced with cheap labor, infrastructure, marketing facilities, and finances. When most British settlers left Kenya, Africans took over the cotton industry. It thrived for several decades and became the second largest employer after the civil service in the 1980s, until it was liberalized in 1991 and started facing a lot of competition from foreign firms and imports. The cotton subsector has continued to face colossal challenges, including but not limited to governmental bureaucracy, regulatory restrictions, inconsistent national and international economic realities, and scientific unreliability. Other factors challenging the sector are the cutthroat competition and competitive prices and introduction of imports. As a result of the foregoing, it is clear that there is a need to revamp the institutional and regulatory framework of the cotton industry in order to address these pressing issues and to attain economic success in the industry. Madam Speaker, in a bid to stem the problems above, the government has taken various measures, including having the revival of cotton subsector as a pillar in the Vision 2030 blueprints. The aim of this government-led initiative is to reduce poverty because the cotton crop grows well in semi-arid and arid areas, which account for 8% of Kenyan land, which is occupied by a heavily impoverished populace. Unfortunately, these measures have not been able to revive the cotton industry and restore it as the economic giant that it was in the previous times. Madam Speaker, the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries has also continued to engage the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and cooperatives in a bid to ensure a lasting solution to the problems that plague the cotton industry and the agriculture industry in general. Due to the foregoing, in 2021, the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture proceeded to develop the Cotton Industry Development Bill, which was eventually published in November 2021. With your permission, I shall proceed to highlight the various provisions in this bill. Clause 4, Madam Speaker, of the bill establishes the Cotton Industry Development Board, which, with the headquarters of the board being in Nairobi City County, and given the power to establish branches in other parts of the country. Clause 6 of the bill provides that the management of the board shall vest in a board of directors consisting of a chairperson appointed by the principal secretary responsible for agriculture, the principal secretary responsible for trade, 6 persons representing cotton farmers, 1 from the 6 regions specified in the first schedule, nominated by the farmers cooperative societies with the largest membership in the respective counties, 2 persons of opposite gender representing cotton farmers nominated by the Council of County Governors and the Chief Executive Officer. Madam Speaker, Clause 23 of the bill requires county governments to maintain an up-to-date register of cotton growers, cotton cooperative societies, and other associations. It also requires counties to implement the policies, standards, and strategies by the national governments and guidelines on corporate governance in cotton growers' institutions. Additionally, counties are required to facilitate the production of cotton in the respective county by implementing and expanding the planting and replanting program of cotton in strategic areas identified as having the most potential and facilitate the rehabilitation and fertilization of existing cotton. Counties are also legally obliged to offer extension services on cotton production and primary processing, and to promote the organization of cotton farmers, cooperatives, associations, and organizations, and provide them with credits and financing support, provide training, extension service programs. Further, counties are required to collaborate with relevant institutions so as to promote access to credits and other financial services, formulate and adopt a general program
Senator Ndigwa.
of development.
Nduga,
Yes?
are you reading or you are moving the
No,
bill?
no, I'm picking the points and going on.
From where I sit, it's like you are reading verbatim.
Okay, Madam Speaker. I stand guided. Madam Speaker, counties are required to collaborate with relevant institutions, Ministry of Agriculture and other institutions so that they can move. We can have increased production of cotton, and so that we can revive value-adding facilities and institutions in the country. Madam Speaker, clause 24 of the bill provides for registration of a person or entity carrying out business of cotton growers. Now this, Madam Speaker, is a responsibility that has been given to the county government for them to license growers, to license processors, ginneries and ginners, and so forth. Madam Speaker, the anticipation here is that we shall have counties which produce cotton, having the capacity to move ahead and process the produced cotton through ginning and into proper value addition. Madam Speaker, you will know that this country has signed protocols with countries like America. We have the AGOA protocol, which, Madam Speaker, is never utilized clearly by this country. That most cotton products produced in this country, like, for example, the EPZ in Athi River, most of the cotton is imported from outside this country. And Madam Speaker, if you have checked, because I have, the numbers of young Kenyans who are employed by the export processing zones, who concentrate or who specialize on cotton and cotton products, that number is huge. So therefore, if we have our counties concentrating on the development of cotton and ginning and so forth, we'll have job creation activities and facilities throughout our countries. Clause 25, Madam Speaker, provides for application for a license by a person seeking to engage in the manufacturing and processing of cotton. Now, this, Madam Speaker, the committee didn't decide that this should be given to the board, because in matters of export and import, it is the board that would be best placed to know what quantities we have and what negotiations to have with importers of our products. Madam Speaker, clause 31 gives the county executive committee member the powers of consultation with cotton growers in the county and to designate cotton collection centers throughout the county. Clause 32 provides for the process of licensing persons intending to export or import cotton. These licenses shall be issued, like I said earlier, by the board. Because if those were left to the counties, Madam Speaker, then there will be confusion in terms of what the intent of this bill would be. It is proposed in clause 37 of the bill that a fund to be known as the Cotton Development Fund, which shall be administered by the board, be established. Madam Speaker, in most of the products that we have in agriculture, if you do not have a development fund, it will be very, very difficult to move these products, particularly cotton. Right now, there is a lot of confusion, even within the Ministry of Agriculture, about what cotton should be developed in this country. And that's why the board requires its own fund, so that they can develop research, so that it can develop research, because this fund also is linked to the research of cotton and cotton varieties. Madam Speaker, the committee has undertaken a vigorous public participation process, which has analyzed the stakeholders' proposals, which proposals and amendments we shall be bringing before this House for the House to look at. I am happy, as the chair of this committee, Madam Speaker, to be presenting this proposal to the Senate this afternoon, and I do hope that senators, particularly senators from areas which grow cotton, will support this bill, because of the potential it has. Madam Speaker, when you look at the government's Big Four agenda, one of which is manufacturing, there isn't any other crop. There isn't any other crop, and I want to emphasize, which can create jobs in this country more than the cotton development. Madam Speaker, if you, we have visited several gineries and several cooperatives which used to process cotton in this country. And Madam Speaker, some of those, they used not only to do ginning, they used to do the entire processing up to making ready-made clothes. Madam Speaker, you will know there were times when institutions like Kikomi, Kisumu Cotton Mills, they were making the best suits that you could ever buy anywhere in the world. In fact, they were exporting. What is happening today, you look around this house and most of the senators are wearing things imported from funny places. Well, we have the capacity to do that right here in this country. Madam Speaker, today, dairy farmers have a problem, major problem, and it's the articulating this throughout or through all sorts of media. The reason is, today, even consumers, the cost of a packet of milk is so high. It's because the cost of production is so high. And why is that so, Madam Speaker? It's because we have to import most of the ingredients that go into animal feed production, and key of which is cotton seed cake, which we're importing from Uganda and Tanzania and sometimes from Asia. That is why production of animal feed in this country is that expensive. So, Madam Speaker, I do hope that senators will support this bill, and that this bill will find, will conclude with the processing of this bill before the end of this Senate. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I do not know where, I was on Honorable Charagai, Senator Charagai, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Madam Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the chair of the committee for giving me opportunity to second this bill, and to say that this is a very important bill. I know, Madam Speaker, after the onset of devolution in the Republic of Kenya, one of the 4 schedules that was being devolved was the issue of agriculture. And I think this is to set and assure our counties, this is just to provide policy and legal framework in terms of cotton issues that we have in the country. Although I've seen among the counties, Madam Speaker, Nandi is not one of them, except in the North Rift. We have in Rift Valley, we have Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kajiado, Kericho, Turkana, West Pokot. These are my very good neighbors. I can see also a number of counties across the country. I can see also Kisumu being my neighbor, where you also hail from, has been captured under the Nyanza region, and even Kakamega, which is also my neighbor. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to comment that the role that legal framework has established, which is under the Cotton Industry Development Board, one of the functions, Madam Speaker, when you look at the clause that has provided for the functions of the board, is to ensure, and therefore other counties, outside these counties that have been mentioned, Madam Speaker, the board has an option of even introducing cotton in Nandi. And one of the functions is that regulate and promote the development of cotton growing and cotton ginning in the country. Madam Speaker, it's worth noting that in the North Rift, especially in Uasin Gishu County, we have Rivertex, which was revived the other day. And I think also Kitui has what we call Kikotex in Kitui County. I think there was one that was revived, I think, in the central region. Is very important. For example, when Rivertex is being established, Madam Speaker, they need the raw material, and the raw material generates from the cotton. So I want to thank the committee that has made it possible and ensure, but I hope it will not end with the counties that have been mentioned. I have seen also in the counties, because I'll just make two comments, I can see where my sister, the Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Faduma Dulo comes from, has also been captured, which is very important. And I think, Madam Speaker, it is very important because when we have like Rivertex, we would also want maybe in Northeastern Isiolo they establish another cotton factory or industry. We establish so that our people can get the market. You know, we have been complaining, all these clothes that we are wearing, they either come from Dubai or France or outside the country. They either come from Turkey. What are we doing as a country? And I think going into the future, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the Big Four agenda, one of the Big Four agenda was issues of manufacturing. And therefore, when we have like Rivertex and many other textile industries, Madam Speaker, and we also want to see Kisumu establishing their textile industry, and the source of the raw material will be cotton, Madam Speaker, is very important because we would also, you know, the other day we wanted to establish what we call national dress. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we do not have that capacity. And therefore, that is why even I know, Madam Speaker, that most of the people who deal with Mitumba industry will find this as a threat to their, when we talk about promotion of ensuring that we have cotton in place, that is the raw material for the textile industry. They would want to imagine, Madam Speaker, that we are undermining the Mitumba industry. I think that is not the position. We can complement as the country builds the capacity. We can complement with each other. So I think on clause number 11, I hope they will be able to promote as Nandi County will be welcoming. And since we are neighboring Kericho and your county, Madam Speaker, it will be easy to catch up. And what is important, the element, as I conclude on that part, is to promote the market of cotton products and pie products in both local and foreign markets. I wish, Madam Speaker, when you are working somewhere in the Oxford Street in London, main district, you can see a shop that is Kenyan, and you can buy some Kenyan product, like the famous Masai Shuka and many other that is associated with Kenyan, Madam Speaker. The kiondos, among other artifacts that we sell. So I wish one day you are going to shopping in Paris or in London or in anywhere, Madam Speaker, and you can walk even in New York and be able to buy. Even as I saw, Madam Speaker, when we were doing the Dubai Expo, I think 2020, I think it did not happen because of COVID lockdown and COVID challenges, is we would also want to, when you work in Dubai, you can walk into a shop in Kenya, get something that is Kenyan. That is how we grow the cotton industry in this republic. Quickly, Madam Speaker, my third point is on the role of county governments. And I want to, and that is why from the onset, Madam Speaker, I was very emphatical that it is very important that the national government, as per the design of devolution, comes up with a legal framework and policy framework, but now is for the counties to embrace, because where I come from, and in our region where you and me come from, we rely, most of our population are farmers and then depend on farming, be it sugarcane farming, coffee farming, dairy farming. How do we diversify? You know, Madam Speaker, better than me, although we share the nucleus of Chemelil and also Kibos and many others, you know that sugarcane has been facing rough time. You know also maize, similar issue, you know issues of dairy. So how do we diversify? So it is a challenge to counties that we have put in place a policy and legal framework to ensure that, for example, if Kisumu County, they can encourage cotton so that when sugarcane is not working very well, Madam Speaker, farmers can diversify to cotton and be able to have a nice livelihoods. And then, of course, the certificates and permits is something that is very straight. Of course, I hope it is regulated cutting down or destruction of cotton in order to conserve and protect resources devoted to the cotton industry. I hope this one is not prohibitive, because it is not supposed to be prohibitive. Every Kenyan, and I think I think the chairman can confirm to me, is that we used to have a situation, Madam Speaker, where when you uproot the tea, I think Professor Sam Ongeri is in a better position. It was illegal during the Tea Act that was during colonial area. We don't want to go there, Madam Speaker. So I hope the framers of this clause 23, part 23, clause 23D, in regulating the cutting or destruction of cotton, I hope it is not prohibitive, because we also, as we encourage, Madam Speaker, diversification, if a farmer, for example, in Isiolo, where they're now growing cotton, for example, where Senator Fatuma Dulo comes from, if today they decide they want to do dairy farming or camel farming, they should not be prohibited from doing that. First, quickly, Madam Speaker, on the issue of, just to point out a few issues on the role, these extension services, and I think counties continue to lag behind, especially veterinary services, ensuring they train and give capacity to our farmers, ensure that we train them on the process, getting good seeds, Madam Speaker, and also organizing cooperative societies. I know tea industry has cooperative societies, dairy industry has cooperative societies, and we need to ensure that we put farmers into cooperative societies. You know what I mean, Madam Speaker, although I was quickly passing through that, is some of the nominees to this board of the Cotton Industry Development Bill, some of them are representatives of the cooperative societies that deal with cotton that come from the largest cooperative society in Kenya. But my proposal, I hope when we'll be doing amendment on that, on formation of a board, Madam Speaker, is to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we also become rotational basis, because we know in this country there are places where they grow cotton more than the other places. But to ensure that we promote growth of cotton, I wish that nominees of cooperative society can be rotational basis. Like that if there are 6, for example, Madam Speaker, we can reserve maybe 3 for the Mount Kenya region or Central region and Northeastern and Eastern region. Then Rift Valley and Nyanza can be given the 3 slots, so that we want to bring the togetherness of the country in as much as we want to bring that regional balance, so that we don't have the nominees of the cotton that go to cotton board, Madam Speaker, come from one region. Another one is the final one, inspect farms, gineries, and value addition industries located within their respective counties. Madam Speaker, is very important, and monitor and report instances of pest, and I think this is control issues, extension services, Madam Speaker. And therefore, finally, clause 24, this registration process, this is my last point, Madam Speaker. A county government shall not charge a fee for registration of an applicant. And the name of the cotton grower, I think, Madam Speaker, it is very important that we register this important, but it should not be prohibitive. I think our people should not be disturbed, Madam Speaker. It should be a straightforward matter, that the registration process should be seamless. For example, we had a problem with this, Madam Speaker, and this is one of my, because I have 2 points, then I conclude. The location, size, and parcel number of land on which business or that of its members is located. You know where I come from, Madam Speaker, and I suspect it could also be true in your region. Sometimes you go and lease land. You might not own land. Maybe I want to farm sugarcane near Nyando, where you come from. But I am not the owner of the land. Can I be able to list? I hope it will be restrictive in terms of, so that there are many young people. The reason I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, is there are so many young people who do not own the title, but they would want to lease and do cotton farming. I think this provision should be including not even ownership, even possession should be provided for in this, Madam Speaker, because when you say the location, size, and parcel number of the land which the business or that of its members is located, I think we'll say whether possession or in ownership, it will be very important. Madam Speaker, so the registration should be seamless. I agree that there should be no, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker, my mind is on the ruling of the BBI. Sorry, I think I forgot. A court shall not charge a fee. That's what I was forgetting, Madam Speaker. You know, the BBI ruling has taken our imaginations. So, Madam Speaker, shall not charge, and I think it is very important. Just the way we were doing to border. You remember there was the issue of 5,000 through NTSA, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that they should not pay any fee. And I agree with the provision of the law. It will assist the local people, the hustlers, the people who are still struggling, and the farmers in the village, and the people who are doing startups in farming can have that opportunity, Madam Speaker. And then a person shall not engage in manufacture or processing of cotton unless such person has applied for or obtained license in accordance with the Act. And I think it is very important that this function has been given to counties, and I hope they will be able, because, Madam Speaker, we have seen cases where investors have been discouraged. I hope the process of establishing, because, Madam Speaker, for example, Kisumu County government, they might need to establish, for example, a factory. When you do the PQ, they might need 500 million. But is it practical to allocate 500 million in a financial year to that project? They might need PPPs, private partnership engagement. They might need investors. So the issuance of licensing should be seamless and very straightforward. And I think many people have blamed us in this region that it is our bureaucracy that has destroyed us. Because they have been comparing that when you go to Rwanda, Madam Speaker, you are able, Madam Speaker, to acquire the licensing within the shortest time possible. And unless we will bring to one-stop shop in terms of access of licensing within establishment of factories, Madam Speaker, we went with you to your county, boss. You saw for yourself, thank God you were part of us who went when we were under the Agriculture Committee. You saw the factory had bought a very expensive machine to crush cane, but because somebody somewhere, because of bureaucracy, that machine cannot assist farmers. Because in my region and where you and me come from, we want those sugarcane to be crushed very fast, to people to get sugar, and our farmers to get paid. But somebody somewhere in Nairobi is seated, they know a machine has been acquired by a factory in Kisumu County, but they find it nothing wrong. So how do we encourage investment in this country, Madam Speaker? When you can allow investors to establish, bring their own machines, but you cannot assist them. I think, Madam Speaker, that is also corruption. I don't know what other thing can you say about corruption. I don't know what the definition of corruption is. So I think, Madam Speaker, we should encourage that we should stop bureaucracy in terms of issuance licensing, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, the power under Clause 26 that the County Executive has been given is too powerful. They say absolute power corrupts absolutely, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the refusal or denial of a license should be subjected to a board. Should have a board. You can say even the subcommittee of county executive of a county government should review the refusal or acceptance of a license, so that you don't give absolute power to a CC in charge of agriculture, and it will become a very big problem. And I think, of course, in revocation, Madam Speaker, the principles of natural justice must apply and ensure that they are in place. Madam Speaker, I thought I would speak long like the way our judges have spoken today, but now, renewal of a license, I think I'll just run through the remaining part, because apart from debating, Madam Speaker, and I think it is important as a House, I know our colleagues might want to prosecute other things or not, but even as we debate, Madam Speaker, there are many farmers from your county who grow cotton that they are very keen And some of them have even called me, and they really want to know the contents of the bill. So sometimes this engagement we do, and we thank the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, specifically the Senate Business Committee and your office, for ensuring that the proceedings are always live, so that our people can understand. And even as we go to election, you know, many people don't understand the role of the Senate and Parliament. But when you put live proceedings the way we are doing, it will allow. So, Madam Speaker, quickly on the financial provisions, I think, of course, it is important so that this issue can funding. I don't know what the National Assembly will say on money bill, but of course, when it reaches there, they will say, I think this Cotton Development Fund is important. It will assist in the growth, sustainable promotion, marketing of the cotton within and outside the country. Madam Speaker, and of course, the audit is a standard procedure. We need the Auditor General. And then, of course, finally, Madam Speaker, on the final aspect, others can be allowed, but now the County Assembly has a role. Because when you look at clause 43, that was my final thought, each county government may enact county-specific legislation, and they have been given how to approach it. The registration process, the renewal, the determination of application, and therefore, I hope our county assemblies, Madam Speaker, as they establish this specific legislation, be it Kisumu County Assembly or Nandi County Assembly, they must ensure that the specific legislation they pass on this bill must be a way to protect from bureaucracy and ensure that investors and anybody who wants to establish the cotton factory or establish promotion of growth, marketing, and diversification of growing cotton within our regions are seamless, Madam Speaker. And therefore, on the issue of penalty, I think we need to exceed at least but an offense. I hope the offense is not uprooting your cotton, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is very important. I've seen Council of Governors have a role. They have 2 nominees of opposite gender. I wish they could be given more. I have seen the farmers have 6 nominees, which is very important for the board. So all said and done, Madam Speaker, these are some of the specific legislation that it can define the legacy of the second Senate. And even as we push other agendas outside there, Madam Speaker, it is important to put the necessary legal framework to assist our people. Even if we want to do anything, we want to get elected, we want to whether it is bottom-up economic model or through rural economy, Madam Speaker, these are the laws that needs to be put in place so that those dreams that we need to be actualized, Madam Speaker, will be, and I hope, Madam Speaker, as some of us go for re-election, especially I will be defending my seat as the Senator of Nandi, Madam Speaker, is that these are some of the legacies that will come to follow up in the second. And I hope to see you. I know my brother, my senior brother, and my churchmate, Senator Professor Ongeri, is going for the top seat in as a governor of Kisii, and we wish him well. I hope, Professor, when God blesses you to be the governor, please, we want to see the implementation of this law. So that when, Madam Speaker, I know you will continue being the Speaker, in the third, you will also give us, when we do Senate visit, for example, Senate Mashinani, where Professor will be the governor, God willing, we should be able to show us that in the second Senate, when we were debating on this bill, one of my achievements as the governor, I have ensured that the County Assembly have enacted the law, and we are now diversifying apart from growing tea and dairy farming in Kisii and many other, including coffee. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, we are happy today that the Supreme Court has spoken. All of us accept the decision of the Supreme Court. Let Kenyans move forward. But what is important is that Constitution can be amended, and the process has been provided. I think those issues has been addressed in terms of jurisprudential value and many others. But let us accept, I think when that matter is rested there, let us focus now on rebuilding Kenya and moving forward. At least there are lessons that have been learned in terms of amendment of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, with those very, very many remarks, allow me to second and call upon my colleagues to support this bill for the betterment and improvement of our devolution. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose that the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 55 of 2021, be now read a second time. I don't know if Senator Sakaja wants to contribute to this bill because he popped in and out. Senator Sherarge, I think we are through with him. Senator Samson Ongeri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very important bill, important industry development bill of 2021. The purpose of this bill is to be able to initiate a legal framework, a policy framework, and other attendant instruments to be able to make the cotton industry very buoyant within the agricultural sector. One of the main elements in any agricultural sector is the element of production. You know, one of the problems we have in this country, in many of our cash crops that we are growing today, is the question of rain-fed processes where the rains are unpredictable, and therefore when the farmers put up their crops, including the cotton seed when they are planted, and there isn't sufficient rains, they run into difficulty in getting the right production right from the beginning. So one of the problems that beset the farming industry is the production element of it. Yet, we don't have the correct certified seed at that level. Number two, we may not have enough rainfall at that moment. And number three, one of the things which is now complicating the farmers' activities, who are toiling every day, every other day, to produce the other cash crops, is the question of fertilizer. It's becoming beyond reach. You have an international crisis in one way or the other, where we are always dependent upon supply of fertilizers. Today, to be able to plant the products in Kenya, whether you are talking of maize or beans, or you are talking of other products like tea and what have you, the fertilizer, DAP, is costing more than 6,000 shillings, and the poor peasant farmer cannot afford this kind of cost. And therefore, I hope this is not just a bill for the sake of a bill, and when it becomes an act of parliament, without the government creating an enabling environment for farmers to get access on cost-effective fertilizers to be able to promote this crop of cotton growing. I know there was a time when there was cotton growing in South Nyanza, and it was a joy for us to travel to Kindu Bay, to cotton industry, the ginneries there, and you saw the kind of processing of cotton, the raw material, the raw cotton, into yarns, and it was a pleasure, and the products that came out of it. The Gikomi industry was basically fed by the cotton yarn from the Kenyan market, but unfortunately it collapsed because of the supply of the cotton yarn, because the farmers were not properly treated, they were not properly organized, they were not properly sorted out, and therefore this collapsed. And therefore the farmers, at the expense of trying to revive, and I remember President Moi appointed a special board, which was chaired by no other person than the late Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And he gave him a very big car to be able to revive the industry because of his personality, that people would then listen to what he was going to do. And I think he did a lot in trying to resuscitate that industry. Unfortunately, when he was no longer the chair of that board, that industry collapsed. And with the money that the farmers had invested in this industry, it completely collapsed, and farmers lost a lot of money. An attempt today to try and revive the cotton industry, people remember of what happened in the past. And I think, and I hope, that this bill will be able to address those concerns of farmers, particularly the farmers who lost so heavily in this crop. They had faith in this crop. They had put all their resources, whatever savings they have saved from other crops, they had put it in this industry. And when it collapsed, they became very scary. They became very scared. They were not ready to invest anymore. And therefore, when this bill becomes an act of parliament, one of the things that both the national government and the county governments will have to do is civic education, to be able to educate the farmers of the goodness that is contained in the various articles in this bill, that if they are properly implemented, then the farmer stands to gain. But if they are poorly introduced to the community and to the public, I'm afraid it may find the same fate like the former cotton industry lint went at that time when it was being promoted by the Kenyan government. So production is a very important stage. You must have certified seeds, properly sorted out, properly planted, so that you don't have anybody planting any seed because the yield will be very low. You require hybrid yielding of this cotton fluff so that the farmer is able to have addition, is able to get additional resources from this. The second stage is processing. Once you get the crop, once you get the cotton wool, how do you process this? Which means the establishment of ginneries. You cannot tell the farmer to produce and then he has nowhere to send that crop. That becomes a deterrent for that farmer. Therefore, one of the most important elements is that whereas we are going to encourage farmers to grow this crop, we must at the same time know where this crop is going to be processed and the means of transportation and the kind of societies they should develop to be able to become cost effective so they can get their cotton yarn from the farmers from the farmer's farm to the cotton ginnery. Therefore, the transportation element in that region, both the transport and delivery of that cotton yarn must be properly considered, must be properly organized. Like today we have the tea industry, where we have the tea factories. We have also taking the tea leaf for production. And therefore it has to have the similar approaches and cut out the middlemen who tend to get so much, particularly in the transportation sector. The farmer ends getting 1/3 of his labor and of his efforts and of his sweat, and the middleman gets the cream of the profit because the farmer spent so much time and energy in growing that cotton yarn, and therefore it's wasted, and sooner or later they become discouraged and they are unable to continue the industry, and that's how the industry collapses. So the question of production and the means of transportation, the organization, it must be very critical. The question of processing, it's value addition. When you are adding value, how much do you plow back to the farmer? Because that's where it's contentious. That's why we have even problems around the tea industry. Today, a tea farmer delivers tea leaf to the factory, it's being processed, it goes to the auction mart in Mombasa, the transportation costs are very high, the transporter is the one who takes the cream, the auction mart, in the auction, the people who are auctioning the tea on behalf of the farmers, they take a particular percentage, and then the taxes are levied left, right, center. And this is the one which makes the tea industry become unattractive at the moment, because the farmers are not getting the returns for their tea that they expect as farmers. And I hope that cotton industry does not fall in the same pit that we have today, that we must cut the middle level costs, the middleman who has the potential of taking the cream of the farmer's sweat, and therefore the farmer is left with a pittance of about 10%, 25%, which is not sustainable. And therefore, when getting into this industry, we must be very careful to ensure that that element, how this cotton, the raw material, is transported to the factories, to the ginneries, the method of transportation, which must be cost effective, and therefore do not take away what the farmer expects to get as an earning. And in the value addition, the farmer must be given a particular percentage because that's his sweat. Without the farmer, they will not be able to reach the giner in the first place. And therefore, whatever profits they're making, they must be able to appropriate a reasonable amount of money to go to the farmer so the farmer gets the element of that sweat. There is the third stage of distribution. Once this value addition has been added, how do you distribute this commodity? What are the marketing channels? Of course, when you talk of a distribution of cotton in Kenya and its products, you're talking about marketing. And marketing must be created. We must create the domestic markets and the channels for the domestic markets. We must also create the international markets for the production of excess cotton which is grown in this country. And therefore, the development of the industry and the creation of Cotton Industry Development Board is a welcome sign, with a proviso that they must look at those elements I've already explained, because if we don't do so, we are doomed to fail. And that's the thing that the farmer wants to venture into, that if they suspect in one way or the other that the farmer is going to fail, they will not even grow that crop. They will uproot it. And that's why the incentives must be attractive enough that the farmer will be able to put his investment, his work plan into that position. At Section 3 of this bill provides the framework, the legal framework under which this bill must be promoted. The object of this act is to provide a framework where to promote a globally competitive cotton industry. There's no point. You get Egypt, for instance, they use the irrigation methods. That's why you see the cotton industry becoming very buoyant in Egypt. That's why you see, when you look at the apparels coming from Egypt, apparels coming from some of these cotton growing areas are one of the most beautiful productions that you can ever get for shirting materials, for suiting materials, for school uniform materials, and everything else. Look at India. They are growing cotton, and they are getting very high yields of cotton with a very high quality productions being given for being churned out. And it's important that we take into account that if we are going to use irrigation, because a rain-fed growing of our cotton industry here is becoming a menace, because we cannot predict. It's only earlier on today when we were talking about the weather, the meteorological department, there was a question raised here that we are not able to predict the kind of rains we are going to get and everything that is going to be available at that time. So I say that when we become globally competitive, it must be able to plow in and invest in the production of this aspect of the cotton growing. And as we add value to this cotton, we must take into account that the processing of safe and healthy products is critical. You don't get, you get products which are laden with mercury, products which are laden with lead, and then this leads to some other public health problems of diseases that we may have, and therefore it will be rejected once this is subjected to international standards and the yarn and the chemistry of the yarn tested. And if it contains these impurities, then we run into problems, into difficulties. But I'm glad that this is being incorporated in this bill, in Section 3 of the bill. And of course, to promote the generation of high income for cotton farmers and traders, I've already spent quite a great deal of time on that level. I want to go to Article, the one of, when you look at the Article 4 to 22, is basically talking about the maintenance and the creation of the board, the executive, the board members, the CEO, and everybody else. This is a standard format, and I don't think we want to spend time on trying to criticize what we think is a standard format. But the most important part is the operational aspect of this format, that the people who are appointed to these positions must be people of high integrity to be able to advance this cotton, which once upon a time was one of the most thriving industry in this country. But unfortunately, it was run down by people who are not very clear. Therefore, Article 23 is the responsibility of the county governments. That's where I come in. And I think the county governments, because agriculture is basically a devolved government, and therefore the county government must take a very prominent role in ensuring that this crop is properly looked after, the value for the crop to the farmers is achieved, and the farmers are well treated, the seeds are well provided, the fertilizers are well provided, extension officers are available to the farmers for advice on how to grow quality cotton. And it's so important. And therefore, the county governments play a critical role in either the success or the failure of this crop. And it's important that we maintain those standards. And the county government, therefore, must be bequeathed with enough budgetary provisions to be able to do enough extension work for the farmers to realize the benefits and the potentials of this bill. And finally, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I have looked at is the regulatory provisions. A person or entity shall not carry out the business of a cotton growing, cotton giner, commercial, cotton nursery, or cotton association rule unless such a person is registered by the respective county governments in which the business is to be undertaken. This is really housekeeping, that you must have order in any industry, in any place where you have in these aspects of growing. Therefore, Articles 31 to 35 is talking about a fund.
Senator Faria, what is your point of order? Senators, Ongeri, just 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to standing orders number 31(3)A and 31(4), I beg to move that the Senate resolve to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed number 21, and request Senator Musuruve to second.
Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second that we extend the House until we dispense of the matters that we have in our business today. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I propose that pursuant to standing orders number 31(3)A and 31(4), I beg, no, it's not that one. Yeah, and the 31(4), the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed at number 21 in today's order paper. I put the question that pursuant to standing orders number 31(3)A and 31(4), Senate resolves to extend the sitting until the conclusion of business listed at number 21 in today's order paper. Those are of the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Ongeri, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now the microphone is even much better. Thank you for that intervention. I was struggling. So clauses 31 to 35 sets out the financial provisions of the board and how the money is being appropriated to the board. And I believe, because being a national function, it will have to come from the national treasury for the provisions for the running of this board, which is a very important board. Like any other boards, in the agricultural sector. There are very many boards in the agricultural ministry, and therefore I hope that it will be properly and adequately funded so that this board doesn't become crippled right from the beginning at the start of these events. So I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this, if there is no enough funding,
Senator, you are, yes, now you're on.
Yeah, thank you. So if there is no enough fund, I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this money, this board should not even be established. This fund should not even be established. I hope that Treasury will put enough money to resuscitate and ensure that the people have been motivated to grow the cotton, so the cotton industry becomes a gainful employment, a gainful industry for our consumption. With those few remarks, I support this bill.
Senator Haji Faria Ali. Senator Faria was on.
No, I had raised for the.
Okay, so Senator Kaja is not around. Senator Msuruve.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to support this bill by Senator Dwiga. And this bill is very important, Honorable Speaker, especially given the fact that Kenya is predominantly an agricultural country, and we need to diversify and see how to encourage our farmers. And Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that as Kenya, we signed international treaties that actually affirmed that we were going to support agriculture. And one of the treaties that Kenya signed was the Maputo Declaration, and during that actually said that about 10% of national revenue will go to farming. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that when it comes to farming, when it comes to agriculture, Kenya is bound by international laws. And if we are bound by international laws, Honorable Speaker, we, as a Senate, we have to ensure that we deliver the international commitments that we made with regard to supporting our farmers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I was growing up, when I was a young girl, I remember my mother, and thanks to this old lady who has been very active from her early years, was working in a cotton industry at one point, Maridadi Fabrics. And sometimes when we were young, I would go visiting there, and I could see a lot of, work going on. And the process she got end of the month helped us, when we were growing up. She was able to support in payment of fees, together with her husband, Mr. Inima. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we need to see how to revive the cotton industry, Honorable Speaker, because when you look at the cotton industry, it is a win-win situation, an industry that is a win-win situation for everyone, because the industry is able to employ skilled personnel, semi-skilled personnel, and even those who don't have skills at all, Honorable Speaker. One of the things that we are looking at as a country is creation of employment. And when the cotton industry is revived, Honorable Speaker, it will be a win-win situation for all people in this country, because the illiterate and the literate as well will get employment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I remember there was also an industry that was doing very well, a manufacturing industry, Kikomi, that was predominantly, cotton-based. And it had employed so many people, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that as a country, when we are reviving this industry, we are actually ensuring that we defend, this bill. And I hope this bill will see light at the end of the tunnel. Because this bill is very clear in the, what it is proposing. One of the things it is proposing is production of cotton. And production of cotton means that we own the cotton that we are going to produce. We don't have to buy from elsewhere. We don't have to import. It will be raw material that is Kenyan-based. And apart from production, Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes also processing of cotton. Honorable Speaker, we have seen, products that are made in Kenya, that are grown in Kenya, that are not processed in Kenya. They're processed abroad, like for example, coffee. When it comes back, it is very expensive, and even the farmer who planted that coffee is not even able to afford buying the processed coffee. But this bill is very clear that apart from production of cotton, we'll have the processing of cotton, we'll have marketing of cotton, and distribution of cotton and its products, Honorable Speaker. This is a very rich bill that is fully fledged. A bill that is ensuring that it is protecting the farmers against middlemen. A bill that is ensuring that the farmer will get, value for his sweat, Honorable Speaker. There are many times when you find farmers doing a lot of work, but when it comes to, benefiting from their work, other people benefit, middlemen benefit, and so on, and brokers also benefit. But according to this bill, if this bill is really followed to the latter, it will imply that the cotton farmers will have value for their money, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if this bill, follows the way it is like, then it means we won't have to export. We won't have to import cotton. In any case, we'll be exporting what we have, Honorable Speaker. And many times I've gone abroad, I've seen, many people out of Kenya liking the Kenyan products, the real cotton, and so on, Honorable Speaker. And even the byproducts of cotton. When you look at the byproducts of cotton, the byproducts of cotton are also handy. We are looking at making curtains in the house. We are looking at fishing nets. We are looking at very many things that come as a result of cotton, Honorable Speaker. Even the clothes we wear, Honorable Speaker. Even the underwear people, wear, Honorable Speaker. You'll find that the clothes that are made of cotton are more expensive than other materials, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I'm defending this bill because I know that if it is executed and sees light at the end of the tunnel, then we will benefit as a country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we must be alive to the fact also that one of the big four agenda we have is that of manufacturing. So if we are able to manufacture our own cotton, if we are able to manufacture our own clothes, if we are able to manufacture our own things, Honorable Speaker, that are made of cotton, then it will be a plus for this country, Honorable Speaker. We have to see to it, Honorable Speaker, that we are not always consumers of products, Honorable Speaker. We should not always be ready to import, Honorable Speaker. Many times I've seen people importing, from China and other countries, products of other countries, and this boosts the economy of those countries. But if we are able to produce our own, then it means, Honorable Speaker, it will be a win-win situation for us, Honorable Speaker, because we'll have farmers coming on board. Farmers also will be paid for the work they're doing. We'll also have people being employed. We'll have machine operators being employed, Honorable Speaker, from this cotton industry. We'll have drivers, Honorable Speaker, being employed from this cotton industry. We'll also have accountants being employed, Honorable Speaker, from this cotton industry. We'll have sweepers being employed, Honorable Speaker, and all cadres of people, Honorable Speaker. And this should be a win-win situation for our country, Honorable Speaker. And one thing I like about also this bill, Honorable Speaker, it gives status to the industry. that when it comes to the board will be composed of people who have an education, people who have actually read and are well informed, Honorable Speaker. So it will also give status to to the cotton farming, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to the cotton industry, it needs to be a big manufacturing industry that is a big employer. In some years back, I remember this industry of cotton, Kikomi and the rest were employing quite a number of Kenyans, but the collapse of these industries saw quite a number of people redundant and unable to provide for their significant others. But revival of this industry, cotton farming, will ensure that not only the farmers benefit, but also the traders will benefit in the sense that they'll be able, from the processed goods and the byproducts of cotton, they'll be able to sell, and in selling the products, then they will have created jobs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to this bill, there is need to ensure also, Honorable Speaker, that the objects of the bill are followed to the latter, because when this bill comes into force, then globally Kenya will become a competitive market. We will compete globally, and when we go out of this country, we realize that people really love the Kenyan products. And also, Honorable Speaker, we must be happy about our own. When we buy our own products, then we are making Kenya. When we buy cotton, the clothes made of cotton from Kenya, then we are building Kenya. We must be proud of our own, Honorable Speaker, and we must really be egocentric when it comes to the issues of protecting our own, economically, financially, and all that, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the objects of this bill, they are well-meaning, that we want to be competitive in terms of the global market. And apart from that, Honorable Speaker, we also want high income for our farmers, because if this cotton industry is managed well, then it will be high income for our farmers, Honorable Speaker. Many times we've been talking about collapse of some industries in this country. We've been talking about collapse of the sugar industry and other industries, but it must reach a point where we need to diversify so that the Kenyan farmers can also see what suits them best, whether they're going to plant maize, depending on the climate, depending on the land, and whether they want to plant sugarcane or whether they want to plant cotton, Honorable Speaker. Even flowers, for those who want to really plant flowers, let us see how to encourage our farmers wherever they are, Honorable Speaker, because farmers play a big role in revenue of this country. When it comes to the economy of this country and the GDP, farmers play a big role, Honorable Speaker. And even farmers, I congratulate farmers in Kenya wherever they are, because they put in a lot. They look at the climate and see when are they supposed to plant. They go plant in their own will, Honorable Speaker. They are not obligated by anyone. They are not forced by anyone. And they even create employment in the neighborhood where people are coming to weed the farms, where tractors are also, coming to weed and all that. But, Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about the cotton industry, we must know that every part of the cotton has value addition. Like, for example, when you look at the wool itself, the white part, it has value addition. When you look at also the seeds themselves, Honorable Speaker, they have value addition because, oil can be extracted from them, Honorable Speaker. So there's need to ensure that when reviving the cotton industry, all its byproducts are used and utilized well for the purpose of ensuring that we get maximum benefit from the cotton industry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank also, I'm happy about the bill because it also talks about the county governments, and it obligates the county governments to play a role, Honorable Speaker. Now, when the two levels of government are involved in this bill and have a role to play, then this industry will, mushroom, and it will be of benefit to all Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. According to this bill, Honorable Speaker, the relevant county governments need to have a register of cotton farmers. And it is important that they have a register of cotton farmers, in their county. And apart from the cotton farmers, they need to ensure that even those who are dealing in businesses that have to do with cotton are also registered, Honorable Speaker. Because if they're registered and they're licensed, then there's going to be sobriety in the industry, Honorable Speaker. We'll not have a situation where, middlemen are coming to exploit farmers. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that county governments must ensure that they're protecting the cotton farmers, Honorable Speaker. so that if there are cotton farmers in the counties, they're identified. When it comes to taking the harvested cotton, then it should be weighed, and the farmer is also compensated, Honorable Speaker, for his work. And even the extracts of the cotton, the seeds themselves, they can be used to extract oil, they can be used for beauty products and all that. The farmer also needs to gain from that, Honorable Speaker, because many times farmers are exploited out of the hard work that they do, and we find just joyriders and people who are very good at calculating how to get money from farmers end up benefiting, Honorable Speaker. But when the protocol is followed and county governments ensure the farmers are brought on board, farmers are compensated and encouraged, this will be a win-win situation for farmers, Honorable Speaker, because we have to look for ways of enticing farmers to do what they're doing, and they need to be incentivized, Honorable Speaker. And even when we are talking about this cotton industry, Honorable Speaker, the issue of fertilizer is very important, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes you'll find even farmers planting maize, and they're not even able to afford fertilizer, Honorable Speaker. So you find that when fertilizer is high, it becomes a big issue for the farmers. Like, for example, now, Honorable Speaker, a bag of fertilizer is going for 6,000. Now, a bag of fertilizer may just be used for maybe half an acre or at most 1 acre, Honorable Speaker. But you'll find there are some farmers who have even 10 acres, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the government needs to come in and see to it that it is protecting farmers, it is helping farmers, because the government of Kenya, which I really love, is among the countries that actually signed and ratified the Maputo Declaration that affirmed that 10% of the national revenue will go to farming. So if 10% of the national revenue is going to farming, Honorable Speaker, then it means that when this money is disbursed to counties, then county executives need to ensure that they're bringing farming on board. And Honorable Speaker, even when they're bringing farmers on board, there is need for county executives to ensure that when they're coming up with the development plan for the year, the development plan for the county for the year, they must also have a slot for farmers, so that even farmers are involved with that development in the development plan, Honorable Speaker. And even when it comes to the counties, Honorable Speaker, there's need for an advisory board for cotton farming, so that the advisory board can also advise the executives on how to make the cotton industry, enticing, how to make it work, how to make it productive, Honorable Speaker, because there's no need of beginning, this cotton industry and then it collapses. We have to avert a situation where it will start and collapse like it did some years back. Kikomi was there, it was doing very well, but eventually it collapsed. But we have to, even Maridadi Fabric, the one I'm saying, my mother Damaris, was working there, it also collapsed. But we have to see a situation where it is not collapsing, so that for the purpose of posterity, that we pass this bill, it has worked well, and it is helping our generation, Honorable Speaker. So I want to actually support this bill, and I hope this bill will see light at the end of the tunnel. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Senator Mudhama, Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to be able to do my contribution to this bill for cotton industry. Mr. Speaker, some years ago, I remember this cotton industry was revived, and within a very short time, it collapsed again. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that according to me, maybe there were other reasons, but farmers were not very well paid. So for this industry to peak and to move on and to continue very well, we must look at the farmers to facilitate them so that they can continue farming. Farming is not cheap, it is expensive, and you'll find, Mr. Speaker, that the people who go in between the farmer and the industry, or the people who sell the things, the people benefit more than the farmers. And so we must encourage farmers so that we can continue very well, even providing food for this country. We must look at the well-being of the farmers and facilitate them, and especially give them the seeds and fertilizers, and encourage them with the prices of their produce, farm produce, so that they can continue very well. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this bill, and I want to say that when this industry is revived, even people will have work and will earn money for their living, will be able to support their families. We continue hearing that there is lack of work in our country, jobs, but there is a lot that can be done to enable many to get their jobs. And this cotton industry is one of them. There was also sisal industry in this country, especially when I was growing up, during the colonial periods and even after colonial period, there was sisal which was being harvested very well in this country, and that industry died and collapsed and died just like that. If this cotton industry can be revived and the sisal industry can also be revived, and any other kind of farming, even coffee. You know, majority of the people stopped farming, coffee farming, because of bad prices for the coffee. So if the farmers can be checked and their produce is given good prices, they can be motivated to be able to do the farming very well without being discouraged. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I say that the key people to revive this are the farmers, if they can be fully supported. No matter what kind of farming, even livestock farming should be supported. Any kind of farming, even those who produce maize, beans, whatever, they should be supported so that they can produce enough for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Senator George Ochula Ayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity and to speak. And I want to declare from the outset or from the onset that I'm supportive of this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, agriculture is the past, the present, and the future. And without agriculture, then we become a sinning nation. Remember, in all narratives of creation, God created the earth meaning soil, water, and ourselves, and also the environment. So it means that God's gift to us are the raw materials that are used in agriculture. As a nation, we have immense potential that is untapped in terms of agriculture. We have human skill, we have human resource that should be utilized to engage productively in agriculture so that we are able as a nation to use our resources like land, our resources like water, and our resources in terms of population, our purchasing power of what has been produced. So when we are talking about cotton, cotton, for young people of today, they do not even know how the crop looks like. Most of us, or most of young people of today, know that what they are wearing was made out of cotton, but they have never seen the crop, they have never cultivated it, and they have never been a part of that process. In short, Mr. Speaker, cotton died, yet we continue wearing apparels or outfits that are made out of cotton. In fact, the world over, what is 100% cotton is only second to silk in terms of value. So, Mr. Speaker, cotton is a very valuable crop. Cotton is highly priced in terms of what is produced out of pure cotton. Where I come from, which is Migori County, in Migori County, we used to grow cotton. In Homa Bay County, we used to grow cotton. In Siaya, in Kisumu, in Busia, and in other counties of Kenya, cotton used to be grown. We no longer do that. We have runaway unemployment. We have runaway poverty because some of these cash crops that ought to have actively and intensively engaged our people are no longer being produced, engaged our people as farmers, engaged our people as traders, engaged our people as business people are no longer being produced like cotton. So part of the reason for which we have runaway unemployment is because we are not growing cash crops that were either to putting monies in our pocket. So this bill is a good bill. It is a good bill because it is giving us an opportunity to bend backwards into the past, pick from where we went wrong, engage in remedial activities, and give the future a chance to earn from what God gave us by way of land, by way of people, and by way of international market for crops like cotton. So, Mr. Speaker, my county has an area, a vast area called Nyatike. Nyatike is several square miles. It borders Lake Victoria. It has black cotton soil. It has many people who, given a chance, would be able to grow this crop, profit from it, and be productive citizens of Kenya and therefore citizens of the world. So I welcome the proposition in this bill that we need to relook at as a house of law, as a house that allocates resources, matters cotton, so that we fix the legal issues. We do the legal engineering that has not been done in the past, and that has the failure to do so has contributed to the dwindling fortunes that people who depend on cotton are being subjected to. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a good bill, and I want to support it unreservedly. Those who understand agriculture, agriculture is about two things. Agriculture is about production, and agriculture is about market. What a county government should do, and a national government should do, is to enhance the capacity, to enhance the ability, to create an enabling environment so that productivity is made possible or increased among the people who want to engage in that activity. So for cotton, the county governments and the national government must ensure that the cotton farmers have access to the best quality of seeds. They have access to the best fertilizers and the best extension services workers, so that they, after receiving services from those people or institutions, are able to produce high quality and high quantities of cotton. Once that happens, then it's still the obligation of the county government and the national government to ensure that what has been produced in the quantities that we call high and in the qualities that we say is good has access to market, and a market that gives return that enables the farmers or those who are involved in the value chain what is called reasonable returns. If there are no reasonable returns, then just like any other business, the person involved in that excursion gets disinterested. So what needs to be done, and has not been done in the past, is to give the cotton growers, is to give the cotton farmers and the associated industries access to markets, access to markets that would pay handsomely, that would pay beautifully. If I say handsomely, some people might think that I am not appreciating the feminine gender, but that pays beautifully for the output that the farmers give when it comes to crops. Once that is done, then the engagement becomes self-sustaining. Now, we previously had arrangements, others called AGOA. We previously had arrangements through WTO, not just for Kenya, but for other places, to access the international market so that our farmers would be assisted, would be put together in cooperative societies, would be put together in groups so that they can access the international market. Such arrangements fell by the wayside, and the farmers were left to hang dry out there without guaranteed returns for their output. And that contributed heavily to the demise of the once or previously robust cotton industry. Mr. Speaker, we talk about devolution of agricultural services. We know very well that we are living in a global setting, and in a global setting, the most important function of the national government is international trade and international relation. So, Mr. Speaker, although agriculture is devolved, it is the responsibility of government, and particularly the government that we are looking forward to establishing on the 9th of August this year, to ensure that we have access to international market. It is the international market that pays well. It is the international market that is unlimited. So we need to encourage, both through legislation and support, policies that would urge or nudge the national government to build bridges towards having a conducive international trade agreement that would favor the cotton industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, my county of Migori is inhabited by nearly 1.2 million people. And when you look at Migori County, you will find that it is only in agriculture where the future lies. If you look at Awendo constituency where I come from, there are sugarcane farmers in that area. We have land that is rich, fertile. We have people who are able, but our farmers still have their cane stuck in their farms for more than 36 months, when those canes or those plantations ought to have been harvested when they were 18 months old. They are still in those farms for 36 months. They have to be maintained. They were planted at the expense of other crops, and it is very frustrating for a farmer who has done his or her bit to have his or her land occupied by a crop that has no access to market. We know that as a nation, we are a sugar production deficient nation. We have to import sugar, yet farmers in Rongo, farmers in Uriri, farmers in Awendo, farmers in Suna East, Suna West, and Kuria East and Kuria West have cane lying in their farms. What we hear the national government doing all the time is inviting bids to import sugar. When you import sugar from Brazil or from wherever, because of some arrangement that favors you, you create unemployment and entrench poverty among your people. Your people who have put you in office, your people who would have been self-reliant or self-dependent if you had just engaged in supporting them when it comes to aspects of production and also accessing international markets where profit or the right price is guaranteed. It is a shame for us to be importing sugar from Uganda when Uganda is so far physically from international markets. If they are to import anything that is needed for production, they would still have to traverse Kenya for over 1,300 kilometers. They have to pay the cost of ferrying or transporting that item, put it into agriculture, then make it part of the production. I don't know what arithmetics they use, what their government has created that makes the agricultural produce more competitive than such produces are in Kenya. It still does not make logical sense for an egg from Uganda to cost less than an egg from Kenya, from Busia, when you have to transport it all the way from Uganda physically, from Malava border to Kisumu. It's still cheaper than the one that has been produced in Kisumu by farmers in Kisumu. We, as a people, are as good, if not better than Uganda in terms of research. We are as educated, if not more educated than they are. We are coming from the same environment where they come from. So unless there is some hidden politics that is being perpetrated by our government, unless there is some trick that is being visited on us by our government, we should be the ones exporting our produce to Uganda and not Uganda or us importing produce from Uganda. In Migori County, we have had tobacco for many years. Tobacco just disappeared like that. And it disappeared for the same reasons that cotton disappeared. We had tobacco growing in Awendo, in the wards of West Sakwa, in Uriri, in all the wards, East, Central, North, South, and West Kanyamkago. We had tobacco in Nyatike, in North Kadem, and in Makalda, Kanyarwanda. We had tobacco in Suna East, tobacco in Suna West, tobacco in Kuria East and Kuria West. We no longer have such crops, and we have done nothing, both as a county government and a national government, to introduce another cash crop. In the absence of all this cash crop, I think a time has come when we must walk the talk of returning cotton and its profitability to our region and our people. So this piece of legislation is a good step. It's the right step in the right direction of engaging our people in the production of cotton. It's the right thing to do in engaging our people in terms of creating jobs in the agricultural sector. What we need to move to as a process after returning cotton growing and profitability is the value addition. We need now to have our young people utilize the cotton that has been grown locally. They should design clothes. We should have manufacturing. We should have designing of clothes and other cotton fabrics by our local people. It's shameful that our government is more than 60 years old. We still give accolade to designers from places we have never known. People still wear Tony Hilfiger and other characters that we do not know whether they come from Embu or Migori County. We will never meet them. We celebrate people we don't know. It is a time we got our young people. We interested our young people first by producing cotton. Secondly, by encouraging value addition so that we have agri-based industries which will employ them, then by encouraging them to be local designers so that our young persons in Kenya will proudly wear what has been designed locally. I hear some slogan here, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. This should be extended to cotton. It should be extended to sugar growing and milling. It should be extended to fish. I think it is even sad that we buy fish that is farmed in China. We are not even buying fish that is farmed in Meru or in Nyeri or in Kiambu. We buy fish in China. It travels several thousands of miles to Kenya. It is probably stale. We still buy it. We don't even encourage our own production of fish. We don't brand it. And this also goes to areas like coffee and tea. I think agriculture is the giant that if woken up, if we were to wake up that giant as a nation, we may not have to jump over one another to come and live in small houses in Nairobi. We would live in big mansions, like if you go to New Jersey, if you go to Montpellier in France, in northern France, you will see the large estates of crops that they have under their houses. This would bring development to rural areas. It would also increase our national revenue and would generally engage us in productive activities. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill unreservedly, and I encourage those who are seeking presidency. And I encourage myself as the next governor of my area that once I get into that office, insofar as implementation of what
I therefore call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like first of all to thank my colleagues, the senators who have contributed to this bill and who've given support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, from what the senators have said in their contribution, it is apparent that this bill is long overdue. It's long overdue. That the cotton industry is a giant that ought to have